software firm. Here, I managed web servers and I protected the websites from getting compromised. I have a bachelor's degree in engineering and a postgraduate diploma in banking and finance. Over the years, I've grown to be very passionate about people and I believe in need based value creation. I'm very curious and fascinated about technology and how it reshapes people's lives. This pushes me to learn continuously and be updated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Asir Zihonzeng and I'm graduating this year from my MBA program at Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. For the last 2 years, I have been working with management consulting and with different kinds of projects ranging from business process transformation, customer experience improvement, and also business model development. Prior to that, I have also been the head of customer retention in a university and have also worked with projects in the sales area. I'm very passionate about expanding my knowledge in breadth and depth. And most importantly is sharing this knowledge with people I know, with my colleagues, so we can use it together to work and solve complex problems. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Deep, and I'm extremely passionate about improving the lives of students. Over the past several years, I've worked with multiple startups in the education technology space in order to understand what students really desire. I then moved on to creating my own passion projects, which allowed me to improve the lives of thousands of students in Australia. And in the future, I'd like to take my startups abroad in order to influence even more people. Thank you.
My name is Asrit Madhwada and I am a data analytics professional. For 2 years, I have worked in data analytics service industry with multiple teams like marketing and finance, helping different clients for demand forecasting of their different products on e-commerce platforms and optimization of their marketing models. Currently, I'm in my second year of master's degree in data and business analytics from Rennes School of Business, France. My passion is to work in a challenging analytics role and to improve my skills to work as a prescriptive analyst.
Hello, I'm Mark. I'm from Turkey. I'm a recent graduate student from Koç University, and I've been working in Koç University as a teaching assistant for 3 years. I've worked for different studies like mathematics, accounting, and corporate dynamics. Also, I did my intern in Sweaters app. I'm really good at an adaptation in new environments. Also, I'm a quick learner and really social person.
I'm Catherine Boyer, I'm 23 and I'm finishing my MSc in Finance at Montpellier Business School. I chose finance because it's a perfect match between math, analysis and economy. What describes me the best? I would say my three passions. First, I love traveling. It gave me confidence, independence and helped me become fluent in English. I learned also a lot about new cultures, which helps work with other people by understanding them. My second passion is directly connecting and its history, because it helps understand other cultures and ours. Finally, my third passion is tennis. I love playing and watching matches. It teaches me fair play, respect, rigor, persistence, and team spirit by playing doubles. Thank you for watching. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, this is Ajay Nagakumar from Schema Business School. I'm pursuing my master's in supply chain management and purchasing. I have 4 years work experience working in both product-based as well as service-based companies as a senior analyst handling order management, procurement operations, customer service, inventory, and purchasing. So apart from my SEM experience, I also have entrepreneurial experience as well, where I've learned and developed my networking skills, managerial skills, business development, customer handling, marketing, and sales skills as well. I'm currently looking for working student internship and other short-term internship opportunities from May till September. Thank you.
My name is Lorenzo Cobolo. I am currently a penultimate year Global Masters in Management student at the London School of Economics. I'm a person who likes to take the initiative and adopt a methodical approach to tasks in order to achieve my goals. I've gained some experience in the pharmaceutical sector as an analyst, where I worked closely with different business areas within the company in order to develop the new methods time measurement model currently implemented. However, I've also been recently involved in student-led consulting projects where I developed a new pricing strategy for a tech startup. Having worked and studied in 4 different countries, I'm a strong collaborator who enjoys new challenges. Professionally, I'm particularly interested in process optimization and performance enhancement.
Hi, my name is Kevin Murphy from Ireland. I'm coming to the end of my Master's in Business Analysis and Consulting with ESEG now. I chose to do it as I wanted to make a career change from games programming to something where I can still work creatively to solve problems, but where I'll work more with people and on important subjects. I'm particularly interested in technology and sustainability. I got my undergrad in 2008 from University College Dublin, Ireland, and since then I've worked in several industries and studied a number of different topics, including tax, programming, and train the trainer. I think I could bring a lot of experience and unique perspectives to your organization. I hope you'll agree with that and give me the chance for an interview. Thank you very much.
Dear recruiters, my name is Divyang Gupta. I'm a HELT MBA alumni with my work expertise in strategic brand management and consulting. For more than 5 years, I've accomplished successful business campaigns in various advertisement segments like FMCG, education, real estate, and healthcare. Internationally, I've worked with business experts, I've acquired new skills, and I've consulted them in a very efficient manner to help them reach their goals. I personally believe in the power of diversity, and in my MBA journey, I've coached and mentored students coming from more than 125 nationalities. My present goal is to gain an excellent experience in brand management in years to come. As the world is becoming more uncertain and is changing every day, I am open to discuss new career options and opportunities. Thank you.
Hello, it's a great honor for me to be here with you today. 先に私について申し上げます. 저에 대한 소개를 간략하게 영어로 해보도록 하겠습니다. My name is Yeon Kim from South Korea. I'm 24 years old and currently in Paris to finish my master course. I studied business administration and design engineering in a bachelor, and now I'm studying international hospitality management at EM and Institute Kids, a double diploma program. I'm very interested in customer experience management and service designing. I want to become a hospitality expert with you. I want to grab a chance to work with you and grow myself. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Faye Kamijimba. I'm a master's student at Holt International Business School studying international business. I'll be graduating in August of 2020. I have 2 years of work experience as an audit trainee at an accounting firm. I'm very passionate about finance, and I believe finance is the bedrock of every organization, and every decision made has an impact on the financial position. I'm comfortable with numbers and have strong analytical skills. I also believe I am teachable and adaptable. I look forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Joseph, and as you can see, I'm very passionate about nature. Let's leave that aside because you'll get to know me better very soon. I'm a master's student of Toulouse School of Management in France. I study international business and strategy. I've learned about marketing, sales, finance, human resources, operations, and a lot of other things. I'm looking forward to putting my skill into good use. I've also had the opportunity of working with the finest organizations. At the moment, I'm an intern for a top-tier consultant firm. I love agility. I love innovations. I love hearing how to do things better. I love hearing from business executives about their point of view. I would love you to check out my profile, check me out on LinkedIn, send me an email, and I would love to have a discussion with you. Thank you so much.
My background is in supply chain management, and I have extensive experience in successful implementation of strategic processes and initiatives in supply chain, which has allowed me to reduce costs and optimize profits. I am a passionate and proficient in transforming ideas into reality for achieving corporate goals. I am able to ensure that financial objectives are consistently achieved by ensuring a smooth operation without interruption. My strengths include operations, strategy, and leadership, process redesign, budgeting, and forecasting. My name is Leonardo Ani, and I'm a mechanical engineer with more than 20 years of professional experience. I'm exploring senior and C-level positions where I can use my problem-solving, leadership, and strategic thinking skills to drive organizations' growth and empower teams to reach their potential.
Hi, my name is Hannah, and I just finished my first year in the University of Nottingham studying finance and accounting. I have a very bubbly personality and have great communicative skills. Last year, before my university, I actually had the experience working in two banks for about a year, and I was exposed to risk management as well as corporate banking. I currently am an account management intern, and I'm also taking some online courses in Python and SAP. I'm very passionate about diversity and equality and want to be part of a firm that values the same things that I do. My goal for 2021 is to land a summer internship in an accountancy firm so that I can explore the divisions and roles to see if there's anything that suits me for my future. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Olivia Binxinhu. I'm finishing digital marketing strategy at Trinity College Dublin with scholarship as a master student. Before that, I'm working for one of the biggest crowdfunding company in the worldwide, Indiegogo, as an entrepreneur marketing manager to raise the brand awareness. With more than 3 years work experience, I'm determined to help your business to grow with all the digital marketing certifications I achieved in the past and all my global marketing communications experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Sanketan Joshi. I'm completing my Master of Business from Monash Business School and I'm specializing in quantitative business analysis. I also hold a degree in Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering. My passion lies in analyzing businesses, and I want to combine my analytical mindset and leadership qualities to become a successful business analyst. Some people say that you are too young to become a business analyst, but I think I adhere to that principle that never be afraid of chasing dreams at any age. So I would chase that dream to become a successful business analyst. My key strengths are discipline, consistency, and I'm a people's person. Thank you.
Good day to you. Over the past 10 years, I've been applying the benefits of geospatial thinking in business. I began my career helping to build the world's leading navigation map, and I now serve some of South Africa's leading retailers with their location strategies. In 2012, I won Nokia's prestigious Impact Award, and since then I've been pleased to win a number of leadership and achievement awards with the other two companies that I've joined. I love to help people and to explore innovative solutions together, and I've found that the perfect vehicle for bringing about that change is location intelligence and the world of geospatial thinking. My name is Joe Spring, and I look forward to meeting you.
Hi, my name is Dolapo, and I am passionate about two things: data and communications. Over the last 5 years, I've been in roles that allowed me to collect and analyze data, apply design thinking to the insights gotten, develop the perfect product, and use storytelling to communicate value to the customer. I've worked in the medical, the consumer goods, the retail and services industry in various organizations across Africa and the Middle East, both paid and volunteered. I'm looking forward to a global role that allows me to explore my passions, data and communications in the business context. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kirill. I'm finishing Masters in Finance from the University of Assad in Barcelona, Spain this summer. I was born and raised in Russia, then lived for some time in Latvia, and finally moved to Spain. In my internship, I prepared educative presentations for the company explaining how to price financial instruments according to IFRS standards. I've been studying with international students for 8 years, and international environment is what I enjoy the most. This environment allows you to learn about different cultures just in one place, and also make friends around the globe. I speak Russian, English, Spanish, French, and this year I started learning German. I enjoy working with people and consider myself responsible, reliable, and perseverant. My passion is sports. I love playing golf and tennis, as well as games like chess and billiards. During my free time, I also enjoy reading, walking, and spending time with my family and friends.
My name is Fabrice. I'm looking for an opportunities into operation or supply chain into an FMCG company. The heart of my competencies is based on three main pillars. The first one is a technical pillar. I was graduated in 2012 from the Best Engineering School of Central Africa. Then after, I integrated the graduate program of Diageo, an international beverage company. The second pillar is actually a managerial pillar. Since my engineering training, I used to manage a team from 7% to 45 during my last experience in that company. The last pillar is a financial one. Since 2015, I'm managing a budget of more than 3 million euros for the engineering activities on the project of the factory. Now I'm doing an MBA in France to leverage my competencies and skills and also to discover other culture.
Hello, my name is Elena Turleumi. I'm a qualified lawyer with further expertise in EU law. I'm currently extending my knowledge in business at Alba Graduate Business School with the aspiration to pursue a career in business consulting. I'm focused on delivering work of high quality by exhibiting respect in client service along with an organized approach to problem solving. And I'm passionate in setting and achieving goals, building trust in business relationship, and bringing results in terms of growth, profit, and revenue.
Hi everyone, my name is Yu Rong. You can call me Rebecca. I came from China and currently I'm a student in the University of Nottingham as an MSc marketing student. As a marketing student, I have 3 major industry past internship experience. The first one is in the fast-moving consumer goods company, and second one is in the service industry, and third one is a company in China. I'm seeking for a job in the area of marketing, and I'm also highly interested in the business-to-business marketing. In my spare time, I enjoy doing exercise, playing chess, and reading. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching.
Hello, my name is Andra Huidu. I am in my 3rd year of Bachelor at Erasmus University studying International Business Administration. I will graduate in July 2021. For the past months, I have been on exchange at Bocconi University learning more about innovation and entrepreneurship. Experiencing various cultures, I built new relationships through traveling and through my love of music. After that, I started working at Randstad, the global leader in HR, as an investor relations associate. Being conscientious, organized, and results-driven, I am daily informing the CFO and 38 country VPs about market movers. I also optimize the investor relations website. As a side passion of mine, my team and I won the Rotterdam 100 startup competition. We are now planning to turn our idea into a success. Currently, I am in search for an internship in a challenging, innovative environment, and I'm anxious to learn more. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bing. I'm from Vietnam, currently living in Nice, France. I have just finished my MBA at EDEC Business School and completed my internship at Business Strategy team in Amidas IT Group. Before coming to France, I have about 5 years of experience in creating and growing digital products. I built and grew my team from scratch and managed marketing campaign across digital channel. And my 2 latest products, WeFit and Edumo, grew at about 40% and 100% every month. And with this experience, I would love to leverage my digital marketing expertise, my analytical skills, and my leadership experience to help your company grow. Thank you.
Hi, my name is João, and I'm a Master in Finance and Economist who studied in Nova School of Business and Economics in Lisbon, Portugal. Previously, I have worked in several financial service-related jobs where I contributed both through my excellent financial analysis skills and my client interaction potential to solve highly complex problems and fulfill the expectations of highly demanding teams. For my next job, I seek an ambitious international firm where I can impact as part of a business development and financial analysis data-driven team. As a person, you can count on an extremely resilient, dynamic, and ambitious man. Languages and travels are my passions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the season finale of the EFMD Virtual Career Fair Series by Hired. My name is Amber Wigmore-Alvarez, Chief Innovation Officer of Hired EFMD, and it's a pleasure to be your host today for the live virtual conference. First of all, apologies for getting started with a bit of a delay, but we will get directly in with our first speaker on the future of leadership. We have with us today Toon van de Veer. He is currently Vice President of People, HR, and Transformation in Europe for AB InBev, the world's biggest brewer. Toon has been working in the business for over 12 years across various functions, moving from HR to IT, shared services, and sales. He's worked in various locations, including the Netherlands, Hungary, Japan, and Belgium. He is currently leading the people function and driving the overall transformation agenda. Over the last few years, he's worked with his team to transform the people function to embrace data, remove biases, and make more fact-based decisions on all areas of the employee life cycle. He is highly involved in the selection of new talent and talent development in the organization. It is a pleasure to welcome Toon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amber. And good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening. I think we have a bit of everybody in the call. Very excited to be talking to you after a long week of CV screenings, different activations, and I want to thank the guys from Hired for the opportunity to talk to you. I'm going to dive straight into it if that's okay for everybody. So I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, a little bit about some leadership tips and tricks, and I'm recapping. But the first thing is I cannot see everybody in the call, but I hope everybody's doing well, healthy, safe, taking care of each other and your family, friends, loved ones. I think I wanted just to start with that with everything that's going on in the world. Just to talk a little bit, this is what I said. I'm going to talk about my journey, a couple of thoughts on leadership and the leadership of the future. This is a bit of reading and personal experiences that I would love to share with you. And then if time permits, we're going to have a bit of Q&A that Amber will moderate towards the end. So feel free to post your questions in the Zoom link, and I'll try to answer a couple towards the end of the session. First of all, it's always very comfortable to show yourself on a large screen. This is who I am. My name is Toon van der Veer. I'm originally from the Netherlands. I'm 37 years old. A couple of things I love. I love music. What you see here is one of our Corona Sunset festivals that we organized in Japan, actually in Okinawa. One of your dreams coming true, right? If you take a role, then you can actually start to blend your hobbies with your work. So two things that I really love. I love football. This is Johan Cruyff, and my team is Ajax. You have to go that far in history to see what Ajax is performing, although last year we had a good run in the Champions League. Why Johan Cruyff is it's a visionary player and thinker, and in terms of the way he communicates both with his players and to organizations, super inspiring. So if you ever want to get some really inspiring quotes, look him up. This is Betty. Betty is my wife. We met when I was in Hungary. I always talk a bit about her because we've been on this journey together. Betty works as well in HR, working in different companies. She now works for a tech scale-up. And finally, this is important. I think a group of friends that you can talk to, that you can share things with, that keep you grounded. So just a couple of my personal values, and then a bit on my career within ABI. So Amber already said I've worked in the Netherlands, I've worked in Belgium, in Hungary, in Budapest, in Tokyo and Japan, and I've flipped a little bit between different things. So I've worked in HR, I've worked in IT, I've worked in sales. And since 2018, I'm responsible for the people function in Europe, and last year added transformation. So transformation is really rethinking what we are as an organization and what we need to be to connect even better with customers and consumers in the future. Enough about me. So when I was starting to talk with Aga and Amber about what would be relevant for this audience that we're talking to, we decided to go a little bit more about like personal leadership. So how do you prepare yourself for the future, but also what is the leadership that I believe is relevant for the future. This is a lot based on personal experience and personal opinions, but I'm blending in some articles from the Harvard Business Review. So if you don't mind, let's go. So I think the first step for everybody in the call is I really get hooked on that defining both a professional and a personal dream is super, super important. I've come across different colleagues, different people, different leaders, and also for myself, I think it's super important to have a personal dream or your personal values that are in sync with whatever you do in work. If your personal values, and just be open to you, as when I was graduating. My personal ambitions were to learn as much as I could, leave the world a better place, when I was born versus when I died. And I really enjoy making friends and working with people. So these are kind of personal values. And they then transcend, or they translate into what's your personal or your professional compass. I've come across over the last years many people who kind of play a role in the workspace. And I want to encourage everybody that once you start your journey, or in the journey that you're on, that there is nothing but being yourself. I think it's tiresome if you have to play a role. And I would really recommend everybody to look for an organization where you are allowed to dream, where you are allowed to be yourself, and where you're actually encouraged to do that. And why is that so important for me, both from a personal and a professional point of view? It's for a couple of things. First of all, I think it creates ultimate freedom in thinking. So I think you get more creative when you can be focused on your business, on what you want to achieve in life. I think it opens up new alleys, and it allows you to think about different things. So it really creates a space where you can be your true self. Furthermore, if you start to organize yourself behind a dream, or a team or an organization about a dream, I think you start to have a degree of alignment or empowerment that creates a snowball effect. The earlier, and again, your dreams can evolve. Right? It's not that you one day wake up, you set them in stone and they don't change. I mean, you change, organizations change, your life changes. But I think this creates empowerment. Let me just make it a little bit more concrete by bringing it closer. I think it makes a lot of sense as a team or as a leader to create a dream that you build together, and then you allow your teammates, your colleagues, to operate within that framework. I hope that makes sense for everybody, because then everybody knows what is the direction that you're going, but how you're going to get there, that's really up to you. And I think that creates a lot of creativity, a lot of speed. And finally, that builds an environment of trust and a safe space. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the concept of trust, because I think it's important. I've seen both ways. Line managers who completely openly communicate everything, share information, and really create an area of space. And I've seen line managers who are selective with sharing. Everybody has their own style. I prefer the trust environment because I think it takes away a couple of hurdles that some organizations have. First of all, if you communicate very openly, you share information, I think it allows people to be aware, be aligned, and also your teams, if it's horizontal, vertical, doesn't really matter, start to share more information. And I think the more collective information you gather as a team or as an organization or as a person, it allows you to take quicker, better decisions, either by focusing on growing your business, delivering on your dream, or just having more fun together. So I stole this from the Harvard Business Review. And I think that this concept, I'm really trying to apply in my own day-to-day leadership. But I think it's something that I wanted to share with this group because I think it helps to navigate your future career or your current career. I think trust is something that is a continuous journey, right? It's built of doing a lot of small actions. But I think this brought it very well together. So I think the first part of trust is logic, really making sure, and that's what I meant with the direction and the dream, is really to make sure that there is a logic in how decisions are being translated. So your reasoning and judgment are sound. People can kind of rely and trust and can kind of predict what you're going to do. It's in that sense more or less the manual that we have. So what we do in ABI, what we're trying to do is to create with people a work agreement when people start, like what makes you tick, what's important for you, your career values, career growth, it is work-life balance, but that it creates a degree of logic in a relationship that you then from both sides can trust. You can apply that with your partner, you can apply that in work, you can apply that with yourself, if you go to the gym, whatever, but it's really about a tit for tat or how this thing looks. The second thing is what I spoke about before, it's authenticity. So really making sure that you don't play a role. I find it very difficult to work with people. Of course, everybody is, you can have degrees of professionalism, I would say. So I think everybody's professional. But if you have to act completely different at your workplace or in life versus what you are yourself, it's very tiring. And secondly, I think it doesn't build trust because people feel that there is something that you're not telling them. So that's a second point in building trust. And the third point on being trust is really to make sure that there is empathy, taking care of your people, taking care of people. That's, again, is different by person. Taking care of somebody can mean something very different for Amber as it means for me. For some people, it means checking every day how they're doing. For other people, it's empowering them to give presentations to people in the organization that they admire. But I think it's important as leaders and for yourself to understand on these three things. So if you start to craft your career for the future, first of all, who are yourself? Who are you yourself? So who is your authentic you? And this, again, by life experiences, you start to learn that. But I think it's important to understand what are your three key values, coming back to those personal blocks. The third block is what do you need in terms of empathy? Some people need feedback, etc. Try to understand that, and it helps very much when you start to grow in an organization or as you craft your personal journey to understand what makes you tick, what's important for you, what energizes you. And finally, what's the framework? So really making sure that whatever you say is built into a degree of logic. I wanted to labor this point a little bit because I think it's something that really starts to create a new dynamic for the future of leadership, where you move to more agile organizations, more empowered teams. I think trust is a key element there. A second point I wanted to talk to you about is to continuously stay curious. So first one is to dream big or to dream. The second one is to stay curious. I think there is a lifelong of learning there. I think that whatever you do in life, it's not really something that stops. New technologies pop up, you meet new people, you have new interests. And I think that this picture looks very appealing for those who have been in quarantine for a while, including myself now. So it triggers two things. It triggers the desire for the beach, but it has nothing to do with this presentation. But it's really to make sure that you continue to look outside. What a couple of organizations tend to do, including our own once in a while, is that we believe we have that we know the answers better. Right, so we have always done it like this, so this is how we're going to continue to do it. But in fact, customers change, consumers change, people change. So it's super important to keep looking outside, keep learning, keep reading. And there's so many sources of information right now there you can, keep developing yourself, listening to podcasts, whatever, reading up, watching TikToks. It doesn't really matter. I think there's so much news available today that it's super important to keep looking outside. So that's the second block I wanted to talk to you all about. The third block is really to make sure that when you start to choose an organization, or when you start to, or you are already in a leadership role, make sure that you have the right balance in terms of teams. And balance can be all types of things. This is really about diversity and inclusion, but this is all about how do you get the most out of a high-performing team. So how do you create trust? How do you keep an outside view? But then how do you build a team? And also, what are the skills you need in the team? I think one of the bigger conversations that are now happening across the HR world, and this is a bit of maybe an outdated discussion for those who follow that, there's a bigger pivot to skills, and how do you match skills to certain roles. I think it's a super important point, again, for everybody who's starting their career, looking for a career, that you look at what do you bring to an organization? How do you work? You like to work alone? You like to work in teams? How do you get that dynamics of yourself, and how do you get your ideas flowing? I think it's super important, because that allows you, again, to be your authentic self, and also in teams play the role that you believe you play best in. Then a final point before I start to recap and we move to the Q&A. I think this is another part that I would really encourage everybody to do. I've tried, and again, this is not to talk about myself, but I don't, so let's talk about something else. So I think this session, for example, today is really about how my team has, with all the challenges that we had with the COVID-19, how can we still have meaningful conversations with people out there in a new way? So instead of having, a lot of meetings, a lot of brainstorms, etc., Aga and my team took the opportunity, planned it, we went with it, we saw the first pilots, worked really well, we excited in the partnership with Hired. And then you move forward. And I really encourage all of you guys to do this. So fail fast, fail frequently, and fail forward. The last block for me is important. If you just keep failing, you might, have to look in the mirror if it's maybe a lack of talent. Because that can sometimes happen. Like, again, my dream was to play for Ajax, but I'm a lousy football player. So I can keep failing, but it's never going to bring me anywhere. But I think at a certain point, you're going to come into an environment, in a team, in a work environment, in something that you do yourself, where you want to keep doing this. And the failing forward means, okay, it didn't work. What did I learn from it? What can we make better? What do you have to stop doing? What do you have to start doing? Where do you refine until you have a product that both your customers and your consumers or people that you work with enjoy coming with? So I think that this is something that's really important to continue to fail forward. It's the same with feedback. A lot of feedback is looking at the past. We try to implement a culture where we look at, feed forward. So you start to give feedback that people can actually, not about laboring on, okay, everything that went wrong in the past, and okay, so what did we do in the past? What did we learn from it? And what are we going to do to change that, to apply that? Again, something to coach yourself on as you start your professional journey, but also as a leader to reflect, are you giving feedback on the past, or are you helping your teams to grow and evolve in the conversations? So just to recap the 4 points that I spoke to you about in this brief session there, I just wanted to share some personal and some professional opinions in terms of the leadership of the future. I think it really starts with dreaming big and defining a bold dream. It leads to empowerment, it leads to focus, it leads to freedom, and it creates an environment where people can be their true selves, which create then a safe environment of trust in both yourself and in your teams. Continue to learn, staying curious, and use all types of media experiences to craft what you enjoy doing, but also where you want to explore new things. And finally, really make sure that you keep focusing on speed, flexibility, and quality, which is all about failing fast, failing forward, and failing frequently. I just wanted to share that, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be. I think I'm the first one this morning for the group in EMEA, so super excited to kick it off. I saw a group of really inspirational speakers after me, so I hope this helped you guys. And I just wanted to hand over to Amber in case there were any questions that we want to go through.
Excellent, Toon. Thank you so much for sharing. Yes, we do have several questions here. And first of all, one of the questions would be that you've provided our audience today with excellent advice. Now, my question would be, what is the best piece of advice anyone ever gave you, and especially maybe at the start of your career?
I think it's threefold. First of all, it is to it's part of the dream big. So I think it's super important to define for yourself what you want to be. The second one is to never give up. I think there's a lot of people in the world who give free advice. Free advice is great, right? You try to do something, somebody says, oh my God, you should have done it like this, you should have done it like this, I would have done it much better. Point is, they did it. Right, so it's the same if you go to a museum and you're somebody that you go to a museum, oh, I could have made that. Maybe you could have, but you didn't. So don't give up, keep on going, keep on trying. I think that's the second part. And the third part for me is really important advice I got from a line manager is don't get frustrated. There is a part of yourself where you need to have limits, right? Every organization or every company or whatever you're going to do in your career, you need to have your set of personal values and they need to be in sync with your professional values. They will not always be in sync. Sometimes a company will move to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes you will change, sometimes you will not change. That's a dynamic tension that I think is important. Getting frustrated once in a while is not a problem. You have to keep going. But if you keep continuously frustrated about what you're doing, you might need to double check on if your professional values and your personal values are still in sync. And maybe it's time for a career change or a personal change.
Excellent advice. Now, two more questions. You just referred to a line manager. Do you consider yourself as having someone that would be a formal mentor in your career?
Yeah, within ABI, with AB InBev, we have quite a mentorship program. So what we do there is it depends a bit on the levels that you're in the organization. So I always had a mentor from the moment I started. I asked for that. And I looked for different levels because at the beginning of your career, I was really looking for advice on how to navigate your career. So what are things, explaining, giving context about certain decisions that we're making in the company. As you grow, when you start to become a mentor, I was looking a little bit more for strategic advice. How do I navigate my career? And now I have mentors that are on a more senior level, which is really about how do you craft your journey continuously from where you are today to where you want to go in the future. So I always had mentors. I've been really appreciative of their guidance and their coaching. I would recommend everybody to look for them.
Fantastic. No, it's always good to have somebody that helps to pick you up, get you back on your feet when you have these career setbacks.
Absolutely.
Now, one final question from the audience. After working in multiple countries, what best practices for organizing workplaces do you use? For example, for teams, scheduling tasks, remote work?
Yeah. Look, I think that what and again, apologies for that. I always worked for AB InBev, so that's my reference, right? We have a very strong culture, and that always helps as a compass to set direction. And then once you set your dream and you have a culture, you can organize your teams quite flexibly around that. So I don't have a strong preference in terms of how we work. I love the office. I work very well with brainstorming with people, but at the same time, I believe in flexibility so that people organize their own time. They're empowered to go on holiday when they need, because everybody reacts to that in a different way. Some people charge their batteries on a beach. Somebody charge their batteries by watching TikTok on the bathroom. I don't mind, but I think that flexibility we need to be able to deliver in any organization and as a leader. Hope that answers your question.
Absolutely, Toon. Thank you so much for being with us today and sharing these great insights on the future of leadership and your own personal career trajectory. Extremely valuable for our audience today. So we appreciate that.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And for everyone out there, we will have a quick commercial break and we will be back with Will Kintish, one of the world's most renowned authorities on business networking skills, who will be speaking about online networking, which is absolutely vital in COVID-19 times, versus traditional networking, followed by part 2 of the session, networking your way to that dream job. In the meantime, please enjoy the elevator pitch. We had well over 300 submissions to our Pitch Perfect Challenge, and we have our talent in the audience pitching their value to the recruiters. So thank you all, and we will be right back after the commercial break.
My name is João, and I'm a Master in Finance and Economist who studied in the Nova School of Business and Economics in Lisbon, Portugal. Previously, I have worked in several financial service-related jobs where I contributed both through my excellent financial analysis skills and my client interaction potential to solve highly complex problems and fulfill the expectations of highly demanding teams. For my next job, I seek an ambitious international firm where I can impact as part of a business development and financial analysis data-driven team. As a person, you can count on an extremely resilient, dynamic, and ambitious man. Languages and travels are my passions, and apart from Portuguese native skills, I also speak English, French, and German.
Hi, my name is Abhijit and I'm currently studying a Master in Management and International Business at ICN Business School in France. In my previous experience as a strategy analyst at the Kraft Heinz company in Amsterdam, I developed strategies to grow business in exports department, working very closely with country managers for different parts of the world. Just before that, I worked at ExxonMobil Corporation in Brussels as a sales and trading strategy analyst, where I developed tools and processes to track commodity flows around the world and generated forward strategic analysis reports. As an international student and professional, I have been working and studying in multicultural environment, and so I easily adapt to any environment and strongly collaborate with my colleagues. Personally, the first thing I do when I join a firm, I arrange one-on-one meeting with all the team members as well as colleagues from other departments to get a 360 view of the organization. In my free time, I study about different industries and disruptive technologies. Moreover, I enjoy playing snooker and bowling.
Hello, my name is Mark Rosario. I'm a third semester student in Goodman School of Business at Brock University, Canada. My specialization is in operations management. I have prior work experience in Dubai, United Arab Emirates in the field of supply chain management, as well as experience back in India. My qualifications include mechanical engineering as well as engineering management master's degree. I'm currently the Vice President of Competitions in the Graduate Business Council of Goodman School of Business, as well as I have constantly taken part in multiple activities on campus. If you're hiring in Canada, please do let me know. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Rebecca. I just finished my double master degree in corporate economic management in France. One is business management, another one is international human resource management. And my ambition is to be a HRBP, and I'm here looking for an HR position. So cultural diversity, language, and adaptation are my strengths, plus 5 years global working experience on improving internal growth by consulting and meeting with stakeholders, and I'm very lucky to work with people who have different social status. My passion is to bind with people and give impacts by building mutual trust to face change.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I did my bachelor's in 2014 and worked as an automation engineer. Apart from my technical responsibilities, I also work closely with customers to ensure customer satisfaction and also to ensure the customer requirements are met. I also have a good experience in production planning, coordinating with different departments, and also quality verifications. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree in supply chain management in Cage Business School, Bordeaux. As an international student in a multicultural school, I improved my communication skills and also I improved my adaptability to fit into different environment. I'm fluent in English and intermediate level in French and still improving my French and also my native language Tamil. I see myself to work in supply chain and project management, but I'm also interested to work in business analyst and data analyst from the 1st of June 2020.
Hi, this is Turhan Seçilmiş. I'm currently studying at the University of Groningen, pursuing a master's degree in marketing management. Within the university, I'm a member of two valuable associations named the Maruk and the Quest. Within these associations, for Maruk, I'm a member of the Master Marketing Team Spring that organizes events for the master students in marketing. And for the Maruk, I'm the program committee member of my own program, which tries to improve the quality of education for students within the faculty. I'm a good team player. I have really good interpersonal skills. I'm a good negotiator, and I'm currently trying to find an entry-level job in marketing.
Hello everyone, my name is Nhung. I'm from Vietnam and now I'm studying Master in Human Resource Management and Organization in the University of Nottingham, UK, and I will graduate on this September. Well, I'm a proactive person with emotional awareness and curiosity to learn new things, to develop people and provide solutions for companies. Although my background is finance and banking, I find meaningful in the HR field, and I also have almost 2 years experience in IT company to try on different functions from recruitment, training, performance management, and well-being. I already finished the consulting virtual internship in BCG to learn data analysis and customerness, and now I really appreciate the diversity in companies and open for job opportunities in the multinational companies in which I can apply my knowledge into practice. Thank you.
Are you looking for a problem solver, critical thinker, someone with great communication skills, great analytical skills, having affinity to numbers? Well, your search ends here. Hi, my name is Dhruv and I am a PMI certified associate in project management, Prince 2 practitioner, engineer, and now pursuing my Master of Science in International Project Development from Numa Business School, one of the top 10 business schools in France. I am looking for end of studies internship or my first work contract starting as soon as possible. Being at an early stage of my career, I am open to explore all the industries, sectors, or location as long as the role involves more than 40% of project management, preferably strategic project management. Interested? Get in touch. I am looking forward to speaking with you.
Hi, my name is Roman Sala and I'm a senior research analyst in OPEC. 19 years of my work experience mainly dedicated to the energy sector. During this time, I managed to launch my chemical production business, was the Russian focal point for the EU-Russia energy dialogue, initiated a systematic approach to analytical activities in a state oil company. Now I'm the first Russian energy analyst in the esteemed international organization, contributing to work on demand forecast and technical challenges. I'm an open-minded, well-experienced and result-oriented professional, passionate about analytical work and solving challenging tasks. Thank you.
My name is Moritala and I'm currently studying for a master's degree in corporate strategy at Gibbs Business School, University of Pretoria. My background is in accounting and finance and I'm an ACCA chartered holder. Over the last 8 years, I've gained experience in accounting and finance, business strategy, research, training, and project management. In my present position, I contributed to a turnover growth by an average of 60% over a 3-year period. I enjoy working in teams and contributing greatly to the bottom line. I'm interested in a challenging finance and strategy related role. I am passionate about helping corporate entities achieve business growth and transformation. In my free time, I run, watch or play football and follow trends in sport and business.
Hello, my name is Guo. I currently studying a master's degree in hospitality management at the University of Lyon and Institut Paul Bocuse. I only have one job before coming to France, which is English interpreter and manager assistant. I used to work at a hotel product, so that's exactly how I had my passion in this industry. I can speak English, Chinese, and I have the basic knowledge of French language. As long as my learning session finishes in June, I'm seeking for a position of guest relation, front office, or assistant. I'm an introvert, but I have the greatest passion for life. Now I'm more than ready to step out of my comfort zone and explore something new.
Hi, I'm Vladimir Osholi. I'm 22 years old and I'm currently enrolled in a double degree program between Louis in Rome and Higher School of Economics in Moscow. I have worked for 6 months for a Spanish multinational company with focus on enterprise resource planning, and the desire to discover the unknown prompted me to develop my undergraduate thesis on how new advanced technologies can improve the performance of preventive maintenance. And I think that team spirit, respect, trust and transparency are the key behaviors any professional person should have in a working environment. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jasper Kasters. I'm currently pursuing a master's degree in financial management at Nijrode Business University within the Netherlands. I'm an internationally oriented person that likes to take on a challenge. The words that I would use to describe myself are integrity, team player, and passionate. My main fields of interest involve strategy, business management, and finance. I believe that I can be an added value to your company due to the fact that I have already quite a lot of practical experience. I, for example, already have done the internship in Germany and one in France. From September till December, I will do another internship in KPMG in Brussels. This means that I will be available to any position from January 2021, preferably within the finance department of a company.
Hello everyone, my name is Jill. I'm from Taiwan and I'm studying a Bachelor of Business with a double major of Accounting and Finance at Monash University. I'm also interested in doing e-commerce. I went overseas to Australia by myself when I was 17. I really enjoy working with people that has diverse cultural backgrounds and also getting involved in the multicultural society. As I am bilingual in Mandarin and English, I'm currently an international student ambassador at Monash University. I'm now seeking for
Hi, I'm Matthew Francis. I'm a lawyer and I'm also a sales director and management trainer by profession. Over the last 15 years, I've worked with professional services firms, law, accountancy, management consultancy firms in developing their client base. I specialise in managing stakeholder relationships, both internally within the business and externally with clients. What I'm looking for is to be introduced to professional services firms who would be interested in bringing somebody like me on board as part of their client-facing team.
Hi, my name is Daniel Brasloff. I'm a December 2019 graduate of Babson College, where I studied business administration and focused in operations management, as well as technology, entrepreneurship, and design. I most recently worked as a core Scrum Master consultant for Wellington Management through Yo Staffing. I am passionate about human-centered design, operations management, lean thinking, and tracking processes. And I'd say my key strengths include open-mindedness, organization, and the entrepreneurial mindset.
Hi, I am Arya Ramakrishnan. I'm an MBA candidate from the class of 2020 at the Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. Before joining my MBA, I worked for 4 years in a pan-India bank as an assistant manager. Here, I was responsible for the entire transactions and operations of my branch. Prior to that, I worked as a network engineer in a software firm. Here, I managed web servers and I protected the websites from getting compromised. I have a bachelor's degree in engineering and a postgraduate diploma in banking and finance. Over the years, I've grown to be very passionate about people and I believe in need-based value creation. I'm very curious and fascinated about technology and how it reshapes people's life. This pushes me to learn continuously and be updated. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aser Zihonzeng and I'm graduating this year from my MBA program at Frankfurt School of Finance and Management. For the last 2 years, I have been working with management consulting and with different kinds of projects ranging from
Okay. With Will Kintish now. And I have to admit, Will is one of my absolute favorite presenters in the career space. I've worked with Will for many years, and what he teaches is absolutely life-changing and thus career-changing. He will be presenting 2 segments to us. First of all, the where face-to-face and online networking collide. And please allow me to provide you with a brief background on Will before he gets started. He practiced as a chartered accountant for 30 years, ending his accountancy career as a senior partner on merger with a national firm. He now shows people in the entrepreneurial, professional, and financial sectors how to become more effective and confident networkers, both online and face-to-face. He is a full-time professional speaker and trainer and is considered a UK leading authority on the vitally important topic of networking. Since the year 2000, he has presented to over 100,000 people all over Europe. He's a published author of the best-selling book, The Networking Survival Guide, and he has been awarded the Professional Speaking Award of Excellence, which is the highest accolade available in the speaking profession. Without any further ado, please allow us to welcome Will Kintish.
Thank you, Amber. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am speaking to you from my home in Manchester, in the northwest of the UK, and a lot of you will immediately think Manchester United. I hope lots of you don't think Manchester City, because that isn't my team. My team is the red team, Manchester United. And for those of you who might have Sky, there's a new channel on Sky called Sky Communications, and there is a brand new program about Matt Busby, who was one of the very famous managers of Manchester United. So that's my connection with Manchester. Okay, so I'm going to give you a half-day workshop in the next half an hour. So I will speak clearly, I hope, but I will also speak very, very quickly. So, networking. So many people seem to think, well, now we're in lockdown wherever we are, that we can't go networking. Well, let me use the horrible word rubbish. We can go networking, but we can't do it physically. We have to do it online or on the telephone, and it's all about communication. There are 3 methods of communication right from the start. For those of you who know the Bible, when Adam and Eve were first in the garden, they started to talk. Well, from the moment they talked to today, that is one form of communication. 160 years ago, the telephone was invented by Thomas Bell. And look at all those different models there, right from the brand new one 160 years ago, right through to the iPhones and the Blackberries, etc. And then, of course, over the last 20 years, we've had social media and emails, and that's the third way of communicating. And at the moment, the way we're going to be communicating best is like that. That's me having a virtual coffee with people. I spent lots of time until March of this year having one-to-one meetings with people. That's the best way of building relationships, one-to-ones. But of course, I can't go to my favorite Starbucks or my Costa coffee anymore. So I have to sit at home and do it like that. So, you know, you've all heard of social distancing. Whatever country you come from, probably in your language, they say, oh, we've got to social distance. We have to be 2 meters away. Well, that is a nonsense. What they really meant to say was we have to do physical distancing. That's what it is. Because if we do social distancing, then we can't talk to each other. So please, everybody, if anyone says, oh, you've got to social distance, say what you mean is, no, we have to physically distance. And I'm hopeful in the next few weeks here in the UK, we can stop that and we can start meeting people again and shaking hands. I hope that's going to happen. So, what is networking? Well, ever since you were born, you have been networking. Networking is simply building relationships. But put it down to its absolute basics, everybody. Networking is simply talking to people. That's all networking is, you know. And so many people are scared of it. And I say to them, but you're not scared of talking, are you? And they say, no. I say, well, you shouldn't be scared of networking then. Now, there are 3 key steps to building relationships. Every relationship has to start somewhere, whether it is face-to-face or online. And the first step in the building of a relationship is to get to know people. So at the end of this presentation today, I'm going to be inviting you to get to know me using LinkedIn. But please, everybody, don't start inviting me to LinkedIn yet until the end of the presentation, because I have got some very strong advice to you about when you invite people to LinkedIn. So that is the first step in relationship building. The next step in building relationships, people have got to like us. And that for me is a most important comment, because when people don't like us, they won't want to deal with us. They won't want to become clients. They won't want to become employers. They won't want to share information with us. And then the third step in building relationships is trust. Know, like, and trust. And if you think about any relationship that you value, be it with friends, with colleagues, with clients, it has to go through those 3 key steps. Now, in the situation we're in at the moment, when it comes to relationship building, of course, we can either build relationships with new people, or, as it says there, we can reinforce or rekindle past connections. And my very strong advice to you at the moment is I would love you to look back through your Rolodex, if you've got those, or your CRM systems, or your little black book of connections, and get in touch with them. Now, you've all heard of the phrase, it's not what you know, it's who you know. And in today's competitive world, who you know is absolute key to your success. But my question to you is, how well do you know these people? Because it is all about strong relationships. So please, before I move on, can I ask you, get in touch with them. For those of you who are using LinkedIn, for those of you who have got many level 1 connections on LinkedIn, and go back and get in touch with them. Who you know, but the best way to get in touch with them is either a phone call or a WhatsApp. WhatsApp is free. Use the WhatsApp video and get back in touch with them. I'm sure most of you understand level 1 and level 2 connections on LinkedIn. If you connect with me after today, I am your level 1 connection. I have 10,500 level 1 connections. And if you connect with me, those 10,500 connections become your level 2 connections. In other words, friends of friends. And if you ever want me to introduce you to any of those people, after I do a bit of research on you, I can often recommend you to people. Only 1 hour ago, my friend Mark said, Will, can you introduce me to a company in the UK? And I happen to know the head of strategic development at that company. So I'm going to introduce Mark into that company. And it's a lot easier for him to get into that company by me making a warm introduction rather than him going directly. So whether we're on lockdown or back to normal, hopefully soon, don't go cold to people you want to meet. Try and find people you know to introduce you to people they know. That has to be a much better way to start to build new relationships or back to normal, hopefully soon. As Amber said, I've been an accountant for 36 years, and for the last 20 years, I've been showing people how to network. And I'm proud to tell you, on Monday this week, June the 1st, it was my 20th anniversary, where, as Amber said, I presented to over 100,000 people, and you know what? I've loved every minute of it. Every day has been my birthday. Accountancy was all right, but wow, compared to what I'm doing now, not half as much. As Amber said, I presented to over 100,000 people. We can't do that. We can't go networking. We can't go building relationships face to face. But let me tell you, other than face to face, you can do it virtually the same. So, for example, first impressions, appearance. Will you please make sure that when you go on to Zoom meetings or Microsoft Teams meetings, you're dressed appropriately? I'm going to get changed after this, and I'm going to appear differently. When you start networking in both channels, face-to-face or online, please make sure you smile. You can't do this at the moment, but when you do start going back, make sure you have a good, strong handshake. And I'm very, very aware that there are people from all over the world on this webinar, and therefore handshaking between men and women when it comes to various religions is unacceptable. So remember, in your country, you must follow the rules and customs of the way it's done in your country. And when you introduce yourself, rather than just give your first name very quickly and very slowly, give your name like this. Oh, hello, my name is Will. And put a pause in. Will Kintish. My name is Will Kintish. And when people ask you what you do, don't tell them you're a consultant, an accountant, a lawyer. Tell them actually what you do rather than what you are. And names are very, very important. So when you go to an event or even face-to-face online, make sure you know their name. When you have Zoom meetings, everybody, of course, it's easy because their name is shown under their image. And when it comes to names, when you do go back networking physically, make sure that if you do have a badge, that you wear it on the right-hand side of your jacket or your lapel, because when we shake hands, people look down your arm and they see your name badge there. Whereas if you wear it there on this side, then people can't see it. And finally, in the first impressions, make sure you give good eye contact. I'm doing my very best here, looking into the camera. It's very, very hard when you're on a Zoom meeting, looking into the camera. It's terribly, terribly easy to keep looking down at the screen. And in fact, somewhere around here, I have a piece of paper, can't find it now, that says, look at the camera. So please, everybody, eye contact online is just as important as face-to-face. And again, make sure your lighting is right. Make sure you perhaps have a webcam rather than using an integrated camera. I shouldn't tell you this, but I'm wearing makeup. I have got foundation on here on my head to stop the light shining on me. Again, for you men, I'm assuming there's no women who are bald, but for you men who are bald and you're going to have a serious conversation with people, you don't want to be blinding them with your shiny head. So please wear some makeup. Make sure you do it. I once did it at a conference. I went into the men's restroom and started putting makeup there. And I can't tell you, a lot of people, a lot of the men started looking at me in a very strange way. And I had to explain to them that I was the speaker and that I had a shiny head. So again, make sure your lights are right. Make sure you have your camera in the right position. So, what do we have to do to get people to like us? Well, these are my top 10. I'm going to shut up for a second while I have a glass of water and have a look at them. By the way, the word knout is a word that we use in the north of England. It means nothing. So if you're not sure what to say, if you're worrying about upsetting people, don't say anything. So those are my top 10. But you know what? The first principle of networking, in my opinion, is to be kind, is to share, and is always to help people. And the next two slides are a series of questions, one about helping others and one about helping ourselves. So helping other people, once you start going, well, even if you don't go physically networking, make sure you ask people, is there anyone you'd like me to introduce you to? So like I'm introducing Mark today to a very big company in the UK. And also offer specific help, everybody. Do you like my, do you like that? I've got a very, very expensive clicker and it shows that. So offer specific help. Don't say to people, oh, if ever I can help you, let me know. Say to them, perhaps I could run a little session for you on this, or can I give you some advice about X? So that's about helping other people, but this is about helping ourselves. Let's not be uncommercial. You see, when people know you and they like you and they trust you, please take advantage of that beautiful relationship. Who do you know who? Who do you know who works at such a place? Please, can you tell me about? And further down, please, can you give me some advice about? And my favorite question is, if you were me, how would you go about getting an introduction to such a person? So do not be hesitant about asking for help, because people who are your friends will always want to help you. Moving on. And how do we build trust? Well, it's very, very simple. As it says there on the screen, about being reliable. So at the end of a meeting, online or face-to-face, you promise to do something for somebody, do it and do it quickly. If you promise to introduce them to somebody, or you promise to send them the latest report on something, or you promise to email them, do it. And learn my phrase, everyone: speed stuns. Everybody got that? People will be really impressed with you that you promised to do something, and hey, within half an hour of meeting them, you've done it. And that is how we build trust very, very quickly. Now, I have a process. I guess a lot of you at work use processes. And here you're seeing in front of you the Kintish networking process, which works nearly just as well online as it does face-to-face. So, when we accept an invitation for a virtual coffee or a real coffee, we meet people. We start to build relationships. We start to ask questions. That is the #1 skill of networking. We might spot whether anybody has a need for us, whether they're a prospect client or a prospect employer. And when you spot a potential opportunity, I call it the aha moment or the light bulb moment. And then you might want to follow up in olden times by making a phone call with a view to arranging to meet them, and then we get the business opportunity or career opportunity. Oops, what's happened there? Oh, sorry, hang on. Technical hitch. So everybody got the process. Now, again, I've got to show you the big X. We can't go face-to-face networking, but we can still have conversations. And part of the conversation that I want you all to have, and I hope you understand the English little phrase, small talk. Small talk basically is all sorts of talk that isn't serious business talk. And what you're seeing here now is a story. So again, with my exciting clicker, I want you to imagine that that is you. And you arrive home and you get out of your car. The car is an icebreaker for wherever you travel from. The house, the neighbor's house, is questions asking people about where they live, where they were born, why they moved from one country to another. Then we have the business card, questions about people's business. I'll talk about that in a moment. Flying through the business card is an aeroplane. That is a symbol for asking people about business travel and about holidays. On the end of the wings, we have tennis rackets. That is the symbol for asking people about what they do in their spare time. Then we go down on the cockpit, on the pilot's seat, we see an open newspaper. So those are different symbols for different topics of small talk. And then we get the family. Ladies and gentlemen, family is a fabulous topic. And I know in a lot of countries, people often start to say, are you married? Or have you got children? Or tell me about your family. Well, can I respectfully suggest, everybody, you are very careful in the way in which you ask people about families. Because when you ask the wrong people the wrong question on the wrong day, it can cause a lot of upset and embarrassment. So dare I suggest to you that you never ask anybody, are you married or have you got children? But how can you find out about them? Well, again, let me show you. If you think about the aeroplane and you think about the tennis rackets, then you can say to people, what was your last holiday? Or have you had a holiday cancelled because of the coronavirus? Or have you got any plans for a future holiday? If people have got family or partners or husbands or wives, they'll say, oh, we were planning on going to such a place. I must tell you, everybody, last week I should have been in Greece with all my family, all 15 of us. I was treating them all to a big family holiday because we've been married, or we're coming up to being married for 50 years. 50 years, everybody, of marriage. I hope you're all applauding me for that. But unfortunately, we couldn't go. So going back to family and being sensitive. Asking people about holidays or asking people what they do in their spare time, they will say, oh, we do this, or we take our children here. And when they tell you that, that gives you license to say, oh, who did you go with? Oh, I went with my husband, my partner, my wife, the kids, or whoever it is. Family, fabulous topic, but be careful in the way you ask questions. Oh, there's my family. On the left, bottom left is Mrs. Kintish, to whom I will have been married for 50 years. She looks good, doesn't she? And those are my 3 children. That's my eldest, that's Joanne, that's Michael, and that is Anthony. And they have produced 7 beautiful grandchildren. And as I look at them now, a tear comes into my eye because we haven't been able to see them for 5 months. For 2 months, we were away in the Far East on holiday, and then we came back to the virus, and we haven't been able to get to see them because they all live in London, we live in Manchester, and it's 200 miles or 300 kilometers away. Well, hopefully we'll get to see them soon. When you went to school, you were judged on the quality of your answers. When it comes to relationship building, you are judged on the quality of your questions. And whether it's online or offline, when you start asking questions, make sure you are looking at the people. Don't just listen for the answers. Look at people carefully, because people can lie with their words, but they can't lie with their tone of voice and their body language. So watch people carefully when you ask questions. I trust you all know about open and closed questions. Rather than saying, do you, can you, are you, which are closed questions, ask questions with the who, what, why, where, when, and how questions, rather than do you, can you, are you. And the other reason I want you to look at people when you are asking questions is because sometimes, and I'm just moving a bit, sometimes people are high reactors and they want to be open and share everything with you. And sometimes from their body language, they don't want to tell you anything. They are what I call low reactors. So again, it's all about observing and watching them carefully. Don't interrupt people. Don't answer people in advance. Don't hijack conversations. I haven't got time for that at the moment. If you want to know about hijacking, at the end of this, you'll see my email. Write to me about how do I stop hijacking a conversation, and I'll tell you all about that, but not now. When you start asking people business questions, break it down into 3 sections. Ask people about their now. So for example, if they tell you they work at, I don't know, BMW, Google, Siemens, so make sure you ask them what their role is there. Ask them how they're finding the situation at the moment. If you meet people who own their own business, ask them about their past. How did you get started in that? If you meet a consultant or an accountant or a professional, what made you become a lawyer? What made you become a surveyor, an engineer? Asking people questions about their future. So where do you see your career going in the next year or so? Or where do you see your business going? Always put a time frame on your questioning. And when you do spot a potential aha moment, I want you to follow up. And following up often is very, very difficult. I want you to be persistent. I want you to go down the sun line, not the black cloud line. And how do we ensure that we don't upset people? Well, one of the things I want you to do is always pick up the phone. And this slide, everybody, is what I call my generation slide. For older people here, you may remember that picking up the phone was like that. For younger people who've never seen an object like that, that is picking up the phone. Okay, everybody? I love that slide. I'm very pleased with that slide. Please give me an applause for that one. Thank you. And when you do go back face-to-face networking, the most important thing about business cards is to always get their business card and then ask permission to contact them afterwards. And often when we contact people, we might send them a proposal, we might send them our resume or our CV, we often get a radio silence. So what do? Well, we keep following up. But after 1 or 2 phone calls or 1 or 2 emails, offer the escape route. And what do I mean by that is in an email you say, look prospect or look potential employer, I'm beginning to think I'm annoying you or pestering you. Please give me guidance. If you don't want to hear from me anymore, tell me and I won't bother you any further. So whether you're leaving a voicemail with those words or whether you are sending an email with those voice words, that is the best way to get them to tell you, leave me alone, or hey, I'm sorry, I've been very busy, let's continue our relationship. And this slide is probably the most valuable. For those of you looking for new clients in business development, for those of you who are looking for a change in your career, remember this. You're following up because you're a very valuable person and you're somebody who can add value to their company. For those of you who aren't able to go networking face-to-face, there's hundreds of online networking clubs. Type in online networking clubs in your language and there'll be loads of them. Most of them are free these days. Join some online networking clubs and raise your profile. And at the end of it, you want to meet people when things go back to normal, face-to-face. Maybe that you can even get new business or a new career without actually meeting them. So there is the process. And it all starts with meeting people online and offline. I left accountancy because I met this, well, I wish I'd met him, I never met him, but I went on a management course run by this man who wrote a very famous book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. He wrote the book in 1935, and in whatever country you're in, whatever language you speak, whatever language you write in, there will be a book in your language, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Please buy it, please read it. For you older ones who've got children from the age of 11 upwards, buy them the book and make them read it. It's the first book in relationship building, in my opinion, the greatest management book in the world. Please buy it and learn it because it's fantastic. And that's one of his many, many quotes. And as we're drawing to an end, I haven't got time for that. So this one here, I'd love you to join me on LinkedIn. But look, please send me a personal invitation. For those of you who are going to invite me using your smartphone, you need to, there is a button somewhere, put personalized invitation. Do not just send me a blank, cold invitation. That is not the right way of inviting people on LinkedIn. It's a terrible way to get the relationship going. So please send me a personal invitation and I'll look forward to accepting it. Oh, this is what I do for a living. Conference speaking, asterisk, public courses in the UK, tailor-made in-house workshops. I can't do any of those at the moment, but hopefully I'll be coming soon. But I do that, and I do that. And I also have a published book, which Amber mentioned at the beginning. You can buy it on Kindle. So you've all had a free hour from me. You know there's no such thing as a free lunch. There is my email. I'd love you to share one useful idea with me as a result of you spending the last half an hour with me. So as I close, are you going to be reactive and sit there and hope that things are going to get better? Or are you going to have virtual coffees and one-to-one meetings with people and be proactive? So thank you for your time. It's your turn now to go and do things differently.
Excellent, Will. Thank you so much for that insight, and especially for sharing the very practical and personal advice from Makeup for Men, which is excellent advice, to the name tag, the name badge, which I've used now for years. And it's astonishing when you go to professional networking events and you just see how maybe more than 98% of the people are wearing their name badge on the opposite side, as they should be. So this is exactly what you need to be listening to. Very good advice as well, because so many of the people in our audience will frequently come to me and will ask about how do I even initiate that conversation. And we know that in the world of careers, it's only 30% of jobs are making it onto an online job board, 70% of their hidden market. And how do you get to the hidden market? That's exactly what you need to do. It's that networking. So I appreciate that advice. And just very simple advice of being kind. And also, as I'm also reinforcing, it's the ask for advice. Ask for advice and you'll get a job. And it's when you ask for a job, that's when you get advice. So understanding how to ask people for help. So I really appreciate you sharing those. I wanted to, before we pause ahead of your next segment, I do want to ask a question from the audience, which would be how to read facial expression or body language of the ones we are talking to if we look at the camera. Now, we are always telling the audience these days we need to look at the camera. Now, what happens when we're looking at the camera? We're not looking at the body language of the people that we're online with. So
Great
what is
question. Great. It's very simple. When we're talking, we look at the camera. When we're listening, we look at the screen.
Exactly.
Simple. Simple as that.
And we will hear more for that question coming up in a bit with one of our speakers, Maria Moragianis. We'll be talking about executive presence online and how to speak to the camera. So with that, Will, let's take a quick commercial break. We will allow our audience to enjoy the elevator pitches that we received as part of the Pitch Perfect Challenge. And we will be back shortly after the commercial break with part 2 of Will Kintish on network your way to that dream job. Thank you very much, Will.
Take my startups abroad in order to influence even more people. Thank you.
My name is Asrit Madhwada and I am a data analytics professional. For 2 years, I have worked in data analytics service industry with multiple teams like marketing and finance, helping different clients for demand forecasting of their different products on e-commerce platforms and optimization of their marketing models. Currently, I'm in my second year of master's degree in data and business analytics from Rennes School of Business, France. My passion is to work in a challenging analytics role and to improve my skills to work as a prescriptive analyst.
Hello, I'm Mark. I'm from Turkey. I'm a recent graduate student from Koç University, and I've been working in Koç University as a teaching assistant for 3 years. I've worked for different studies like mathematics, accounting, and corporate dynamics. Also, I did my intern in Sweaters app. I'm really good at an adaptation in new environments. Also, I'm a quick learner and really social person.
I'm Katin Boyer, I'm 23 and I'm finishing my MSc in Finance at Montpellier Business School. I chose finance because it's a perfect match between math, analysis and economy. What describes me the best? I would say my 3 passions. First, I love traveling. It gave me confidence, independence and helped me become fluent in English. I learned also a lot about new cultures, which helps work with other people by understanding them. My second passion is directly connecting and its history, because it helps understand other cultures and ours. Finally, my third passion is tennis. I love playing and watching matches. It teaches me fair play, respect, rigor, persistence, and team spirit by playing doubles. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone.
everyone. This is Ajay Nagakumar from Schema Business School. I'm pursuing my master's in supply chain management and purchasing. I have 4 years work experience working in both product based as well as service based companies as a senior analyst, handling order management, procurement operations, customer service, inventory, and um purchasing. So apart from my SEM experience, I also have entrepreneurial experience as well, where I've learned and developed my networking skills, managerial skills, business development, customer handling, marketing, and sales skills as well. I'm currently looking for working student internship and other short-term internship opportunities from May till September. Thank you.
My name is Lorenzo Cobolo. I am currently a penultimate year Global Masters in Management student at the London School of Economics. I'm a person who likes to take the initiative and adopt a methodical approach to tasks in order to achieve my goals. I've gained some experience in the pharmaceutical sector as an analyst, where I worked closely with different business areas within the company in order to develop the new methods time measurement model currently implemented. However, I've also been recently involved in student-led consulting projects where I developed a new pricing strategy for a tech startup. Having worked and studied in 4 different countries, I'm a strong collaborator who enjoys new challenges. Professionally, I'm particularly interested in process optimization and performance enhancement.
Hi, my name's Kevin Murphy from Ireland. I'm coming to the end of my Master's in Business Analysis and Consulting with ESEG now. I chose to do it as I wanted to make a career change from games programming to something where I can still work creatively to solve problems, but where I'll work more with people and on important subjects. I'm particularly interested in technology and sustainability. I got my undergrad in 2008 from University College Dublin, Ireland, and since then I've worked in several industries and studied a number of different topics, including tax, programming, and train the trainer. I think I could bring a lot of experience and unique perspectives to your organization. I hope you'll agree with that and give me the chance for an interview. Thank you very much.
Dear recruiters, my name is Divyang Gupta. I'm a HULT MBA alumni with my work expertise in strategic brand management and consulting. For more than 5 years, I've accomplished successful business campaigns in various advertisement segments like FMCG, education, real estate, and healthcare. Internationally, I've worked with business experts, I've acquired new skills, and I've consulted them in a very efficient manner to help them reach their goals. I personally believe in the power of diversity, and in my MBA journey, I've coached and mentored students coming from more than 125 nationalities. My present goal is to gain an excellent experience in brand management in years to come. As the world is becoming more uncertain and is changing every day, I am open to discuss new career options and opportunities. Thank you.
Hello, it's a great honor for me to be here with you today. 先に私について申し上げます. 저에 대한 소개를 간략하게 영어로 해보도록 하겠습니다. My name is Hyun Kim from South Korea. I'm 24 years old and currently in Paris to finish my master course. I studied business administration and design engineering in a bachelor, and now I'm studying international hospitality management at EM and Institute Kids, a double diploma program. I'm very interested in customer experience management and service designing. I want to become a hospitality expert with you. I want to grab a chance to work with you and grow myself. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Faye Kamijimbo. I'm a master's student at Holt International Business School studying international business. I'll be graduating in August of 2020. I have 2 years of work experience as an audit trainee at an accounting firm. I'm very passionate about finance, and I believe finance is the bedrock of every organization, and every decision made has an impact on the financial position. I'm comfortable with numbers and have strong analytical skills. I also believe I am teachable and adaptable. I look forward to meeting you. Thank you.
Good day, my name is Joseph, and as you can see, I'm very passionate about nature. Let's leave that aside because you'll get to know me better very soon. I'm a master's student of Toulouse School of Management in France. I study international business and strategy. I've learned about marketing, sales, finance, human resources, operations, and a lot of other things. I'm looking forward to putting my skill into good use. I've also had the opportunity of working with the finest organizations. At the moment, I'm an intern for a top-tier consultant firm. I love agility. I love innovations. I love hearing how to do things better. I love hearing from business executives about their point of view. I would love you to check out my profile. Check me out on LinkedIn. Send me an email, and I would love to have a discussion with you. Thank you so much.
My background is in supply chain management, and I have extensive experience in successful implementation of strategic processes and initiatives in supply chain, which has allowed me to reduce costs and optimize profits. I am a passionate and proficient in transforming ideas into reality for achieving corporate goals. I am able to ensure that financial objectives are consistently achieved by ensuring a smooth operation without interruption. My strengths include operations, strategy, and leadership, process redesign, budgeting, and forecasting. My name is Leonardo Ani, and I'm a mechanical engineer with more than 20 years of professional experience. I'm exploring senior and C-level positions where I can use my problem-solving, leadership, and strategic thinking skills to drive organizations' growth and empower teams to reach their potential.
Hi, my name is Hannah, and I just finished my first year in the University of Nottingham studying finance and accounting. I have a very bubbly personality and have great communicative skills. Last year, before my university, I actually had the experience working in 2 banks for about a year, and I was exposed to risk management as well as corporate banking. I currently am an account management intern, and I'm also taking some online courses in Python and SAP. I'm very passionate about diversity and equality and want to be part of a firm that values the same things that I do. My goal for 2021 is to land a summer internship in an accountancy firm so that I can explore the divisions and roles to see if there's anything that suits me for my future. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Olivia Binxinhu. I'm finishing digital marketing strategy at Trinity College Dublin with scholarship as a master's student. Before that, I'm working for one of the biggest crowdfunding company in the worldwide, Indiegogo, as an entrepreneur marketing manager to raise the brand awareness. With more than 3 years work experience, I'm determined to help your business to grow with all the digital marketing certifications I achieved in the past and all my global marketing communications experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Sanketan Joshi. I'm completing my Master of Business from Monash Business School, and I'm specializing in quantitative business analysis. I also hold a degree in Bachelor's in Electrical Engineering. My passion lies in analyzing businesses, and I want to combine my analytical mindset and leadership qualities to become a successful business analyst. Some people say that you're too young to become a business analyst, but I think I adhere to that principle that never be afraid of chasing dreams at any age. So I would chase that dream to become a successful business analyst. My key strengths are discipline, consistency, and I'm a people's person. Thank you.
Good day to you. Over the past 10 years, I've been applying the benefits of geospatial thinking in business. I began my career helping to build the world's leading navigation map, and I now serve some of South Africa's leading retailers with their location strategies. In 2012, I won Nokia's prestigious Impact Award, and since then I've been pleased to win a number of leadership and achievement awards with the other 2 companies that I've joined. I love to help people and to explore innovative solutions together. And I've found that the perfect vehicle for bringing about that change is location intelligence and the world of geospatial thinking. My name is Joe Spring, and I look forward to meeting you.
Hi, my name is Dolapo, and I am passionate about 2 things: data and communications. Over the last
Hello, everyone. For the commercial break, my name is Amber Wigmore Alvarez. I am your host today for the virtual conference. We are back for the second segment with Will Kintish, world-renowned authority on business networking skills, and Will will be walking us through now on how to network your way into that dream job. Will.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting from Manchester in the northwest of England, I hope if ever you've been to England or the UK that you have visited Manchester, and if you haven't yet been to the UK, sorry. Okay. If you haven't been, sorry, I heard something in my ear. If you haven't been to the UK and you do come to the UK, after London, it's only 300 kilometers up north, and Manchester, a wonderful place. So we're going to talk about networking for a dream job. And networking at the end of the day, everybody, is all about communication. From the day you started to speak, you were networking. In my opinion, networking is simply talking. It's simple as that. And I have been earning a living for exactly 20 years and 2 days, because it was my business anniversary on Monday, teaching people how to network. And so many people are very scared of networking. And I say to them, what are you scared about? It's only talking to people. Well, one day, perhaps when we do a working the room seminar, we can tell you how to overcome any fears you've got. But of course, at the moment, with the way things are, we can't actually go networking physically. So that's not going to stop us networking online. Now, I cannot guarantee you a job after this 40-minute presentation. But what I can guarantee, I hope, is if you take some action following my advice, that the chances of you getting a job will be a lot greater. So let's go. There are 4 ways of getting a job. That's the first one, going to an employment agency or a recruitment agency. The next one is, the next one is going directly, writing to people and asking for a job. The third one is using all the job boards, Monster, and it appears there are hundreds of them. Sorry, I've forgotten what the second one is. Oh, I know, I apologize. Okay, let me go back. This one is recruitment agencies. This one is applying to adverts in the local press. This one is job boards. And this one is not quite knocking on doors, but what it is writing to companies directly and say, you have a fantastic company. I could be very valuable to you. Give me a job. Now, I know a lot of you wouldn't do that, but why not? And towards the end of my presentation, I'm going to tell you the secret of how I would like you to do that. And that, in my opinion, is one of the best ways. So those are the 4 main ways. But the 5th main way, of course, is networking. And networking, as I've already said, is talking to people. From the very, very start till today, we've been talking to people. 160 years ago, Thomas Bell invented the telephone. So we've gone from the telephone right through to the very exciting iPhone X's and X1s now, and the Samsungs. That is the second way of communicating. And for the last 20 years, we've been doing social networking and social media. And at the moment, we can't physically go networking, but what we can do is do virtual networking. Now, that is a photograph of me, everybody, having a virtual coffee. Until 3 months ago, I used to go to Starbucks, I used to go to Costa Coffee in the UK, and I used to do my networking there. Now I can't. Well, so be it. I have to do it at home or in front of the screen. So please do not reduce your level of networking just because of the current situation. We've got Zoom in the bottom right-hand corner. We've got WhatsApp. I'm far too old to understand TikTok. I don't know how that works. Maybe you guys do. and I joined House Party. And I must tell you, I joined House Party, and after about a week, my grandchildren's friends started asking me to connect with them. At that point, I realized it wasn't for me, so I cancelled House Party. But you should be using all these channels of communication to stay in touch with people. Now, you've all heard about social distancing. In other words, stay away from people. Well, whoever invented the word have got it 100% wrong, because what they meant to say to us was, we need to physically distance 2 meters here in the UK. Some of you are lucky enough where you've been allowed to start networking face to face. Some of you, it's down to 1 meter. In the UK, it's still 2 meters. What they meant to say was no physical distancing, but they used the word social distancing. Social distancing, in my opinion, means not talking to each other. So please, everybody, forget the word social distancing. Do social interaction with people, albeit from a distance. When it comes to networking, every single relationship that you value that has any meaning to you has 3 key steps. The first step in the building of a relationship is to get to know people. The second step is get people to like you and trust you, because I can promise you this. If people decide they don't like you, either online or face-to-face in an interview, unless they're desperate, or unless you are the only person in the world that has got that expertise, and if you are, you're very, very lucky, they will not hire you. They will not give you a second interview. So you have to understand, and I hate this cliche, but I'm going to use it, and I trust that in your country it's the same. People buy people before they buy the product or service or company. And you know and I know that first impressions are so important. And the third step in building long-term meaningful relationships is trust. Know, like, and trust. Those are the 3 steps to building any relationship whatsoever. Now, there's only 2 groups of people that we should be considering. People we know and people we want to know. So that's you. And that is your network of people. But they also have a network of people. Them. So the people you should be going to first, if you're looking for a next career, are them. Because if they know you, like you, and trust you, they will talk to you. But better still, what they might then do is introduce you to their network. And if you want to meet them, for goodness sake, don't ignore this one. Make the best of your network to get them to introduce you across there. Always the best way of doing it. And the best way of doing it since 2003, I hope you'll all agree with me, is LinkedIn. If you're not on LinkedIn, well, you're obviously not desperate for a job. LinkedIn is one of the greatest pieces of social network that's come out, and please be using it. Because, at the end of the day, on LinkedIn, I hope a lot of you know, when you link in with people, they become your level 1 contacts. And the greatest thing about LinkedIn is, unless people hide it, and they shouldn't be your friends if they do, the best thing about LinkedIn is that your level 1 connections, your direct connections, will allow you to look at those people. Isn't it fantastic? It couldn't be better. I don't know how recruitment companies do well these days. I know they do. My son-in-law is in legal recruitment, and he's still doing very well in spite of people using LinkedIn. But please yourself, make sure you understand the value, the massive value of using LinkedIn properly. And while we're all in lockdown, can I again recommend that you do as it says on that screen? Go back to old contacts. For those of you who are in business development looking for new clients, go back to your old clients. Even go back to clients who don't use you anymore. I'm even going back to clients who a year or so ago decided not to use my services. I sent them a proposal and they said, well, we haven't got a budget or we're not interested. Because remember this, everybody, things change all the time. You just never know. People change, circumstances change, company values change. So keep going back to your past connections. And you've all heard this phrase, haven't you? It's not what you know, it's who you know. But how well do you know these people? It's all about building strong relationships. I've got 10,000 level 1 connections. I reckon if 1,000 of them walked into this room now, I would probably remember their names because they're people I keep in touch with. Other people, I've met them at a conference or on a training session. But I do have a great system so that if they do get in touch with me, I know exactly where I met them because I keep a record on LinkedIn as to how I met them. And I say, oh yes, we met at the EFMD conference in Edinburgh in 2012. And I know where I met them and they'd be really impressed with me there. So don't spend too much time looking for new contacts, except if you do, make sure you use your existing contacts to introduce you. I've been working 56 years. On 14th of August this year, I will have been working for 56 years, and that is what I've been doing. And I was able to leave accountancy because I went on a management course run by an organization called Dale Carnegie, who wrote a very famous book called How to Win Friends and Influence People. He wrote the book in 1935, and if you've never read the book, go out and buy it now or download it onto your Kindle. And if you've got children of teenage years, buy them that book and make them read it. It's the first book on networking, and in 2090, in another 70 years, in another 10,000 years, that book will be as relevant then as it is today. But that's how I got out of accountancy. It's a longer story than that. And if you want to know more about it, you can have a look on my website where I tell you a story about my life. We can't do that at the moment. We can't go physically networking, but we can still build relationships as I'm doing with you now. And one of the things I want you to be very conscious of in front of the camera, make sure that your lighting is okay. I've dressed up today. Look, put a tie on. I haven't had a tie on for months. Put a jacket on. It's so much about first impressions. I shouldn't really tell you this. I could be embarrassed, but I'm bald. I've got no hair. And when you've got no hair and you have lights on up there, guess what? Your head shines so badly that it can blind the people who are looking. So what do? Over there, I put some makeup on, my wife says it's called foundation powder. And that way, hopefully, I'm not glaring you in the eye. So make sure you dress appropriately. For bald men, I don't suppose there's many bald women on the call, but for the bald men, get some makeup. Make sure that your camera is in the right place. Make sure you've got the right sound. Very, very important, particularly if you're going for an online interview. But even if you're not going for an online interview, just make sure you look the part. So, if you'll all agree with me that the number 2 step of building relationships is getting people to like us, what do we have to do to get people to like us? Well, have a look. The word there, genuine, is very important. Oh, That, of course, is when, but even body language now. I mean, I could be sitting like this and you're probably thinking, oh, that's not very good, is it? So again, make sure you get a comfortable chair and watch your body language very carefully, even though you're not physically with those people. Just be yourself when you go back networking. That is an English word that is come from the north of England, and the word "nout" means nothing. Let me just share this thought with you, and you might find this a bit odd. Networking basically is nothing to do with business. It's all about building rapport with people and seeing if there is a career opportunity for you. But if you go back through all those slides, it's only about getting people to like you. At that first, oh, excuse me, at that first impressions, so important. And that, in my opinion, is the first principle of networking, everybody. First principle, always be thinking, what can I, even though you might be out of work, think, what can I do for you? How can I help you? Who would you like me to introduce you to? Look at those questions there. Sorry, just having a glass of water. And if you have an area of expertise, offer specific help. If you know a company needs a bit of help, don't just say to them things like, oh, is there anything I can do to help you? Say, you know, would you like me to give you some advice about X or Y? Try and be specific when it's coming to offering other people help. But we need help as well. And look at those questions. Do not be hesitant when it comes for asking for help. We live in a very, very competitive world. Every good job going, there's lots of candidates. Every sale, looking for new clients, new customers, it's very, very important. So again, ask people for help. And it has been scientifically proven that if you ask people for help and they help you, they feel good. Think about it. You're making them feel good. So learn some of those words. Please, can you help me? Please, can you give me some advice about? And learn the bottom one. If you were me, how would you go about getting an interview with the head of recruitment at such and such a company? And again, you should be using every resource possible to get yourself a job, and LinkedIn is the biggie. About an hour ago, a friend of mine in my networking club, Mark, he does PR, public relations, he says, does anybody know anybody in these companies? And one of the companies, I know the head of strategic development in that company. It's a massive company in the UK. And the woman is a personal friend of mine. So what am I going to do? I'm going to introduce Mark to Wendy, and it's up to him then whether he gets any business or not is up to him. But at least what I've done is pushed him through the door, and I will feel good about that. And hopefully Mark might get some business one of these days. So please, everybody, don't try and do it yourselves. Don't go cold calling. Use your network. If you want to build trust very quickly, you have to be reliable. Read those 2 lines, everybody. So if you have a conversation with somebody online, maybe a potential employer, and he or she says, will you send me your resume, your CV? Say, of course I will. And send it within 10 minutes, assuming that it's really good and it's really professional and it's really complete. Send it within 10 minutes of the end of the phone call. Dear Mr. or Mrs. Employer, thank you so much for our conversation just now. I've really enjoyed it. As agreed, I have pleasure in enclosing my resume, and I look forward to hearing from you shortly. Learn my phrase, everybody. Speed stuns. Stun them with the speed of your actions. So whether it's sending them your resume, whether it's sending them a paper you might have written, If you want to introduce somebody else, do it and do it quickly. When you went to school, you were judged on the quality of your answers. In the world I'm talking to you about now, you're judged on the quality of your questions. When you ask insightful and intelligent questions, I hope you will get good quality answers. And when you start asking people questions, whether it's online like this or whether it's face-to-face one of these days, not only do I want you to listen for the answer, but look at them carefully. You see, we can all lie, tell lies, or maybe half-truths with our words, but we can't lie with our tone of voice and our body language. So please make sure you're looking at them very, very carefully when they're answering. You all, I hope, know about open and closed questions. Try and ask your questions in an open, formatted way by using the words who, what, why, when, where, how, and which. And that way, by asking a question with those words at the beginning, they have to answer you. Whereas if you say, do you, can you, are you, they could just say yes or no. Because you have to understand, what does this mean? Some people want to share lots with you. From their body language, their hands are moving and they're looking forward into the screen. And some people, from their body language, don't want to tell you anything. Now, this is relevant for online just as much for offline. So, again, it's all about watching them and looking at them while you are having these conversations. Don't interrupt people. Don't answer in advance. What does hijacking mean? Well, if somebody says to you, oh, I went to Italy last year for my holidays, don't you jump in and say, oh, do you know what? I went to Italy. I went to Rome. It was fantastic. The sun shone. Oh, the traffic was terrible. If somebody says they went to Italy, ask them about their holiday and then say, oh, and I tell you, I also went to Rome and da, 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 da. So avoid hijacking in a conversation. So when it comes to face-to-face networking and even online networking, let me introduce you to 4 areas of questioning. First of all, there is the icebreaker question. I would always suggest, and again, if you're meeting somebody new online, never ever start off with what do you do? Always find something in common. So let's go to the happy days when we were all face-to-face networking. If you go up to somebody at an event, don't ever say, oh, hello there, can I join you? What do you do? Always find something in common with them. So it might be, oh, what made you come to this conference today? What are you hoping to get out of it? Where have you traveled from today? Or something like, if you're in the coffee queue, hello there, can I pour you a cup of coffee? Or if you're in a magnificent lecture theatre, wow, look at this lecture theatre. Isn't it amazing? Find something easy where you know you have something in common at that moment. Excuse me a sec, I'm not sure what the next slide is. Oh, I know. And then you'll ask business questions, which we're going to do in a moment. But then there is also the small talk. Small talk is any sort of talk that isn't about careers or about business. So you'll ask people where they live, where they were born, how long they've lived there. You will ask people perhaps about their business travel. Ask people questions about their holidays. One question I love asking people, even if there's no potential business, I ask people, so when you don't come to conferences or when you're not working, what do you do in your spare time? And that way you can really get to know and understand people. You can ask people about current events. Obviously, with the pandemic, everybody in the world's got something in common. unfortunately. But my strong advice about small talk is never initiate a conversation about politics and religion. And then finally, family. Please don't ask two very sensitive questions about family. Don't ask people, are you married or have you got children? I'd rather you ask questions like, where are you going for your holidays, or what do you do in your spare time? And if they do have family, or if they do have partners, or they do have husbands and wives, they say, oh, we went to, or we are going to. And then that gives you license to ask, oh, who are you going with? Oh, I've got 3 children, I'm taking my children away, or whatever it is. So be very conscious, because, you know, some people might have just gone through a breakup of their marriage. Some people might not be able to have children. So by asking questions of a stranger like, are you married and have you got children, can be very upsetting. So be very sensitive to that. I'm now going to move into business questions. So when you've done your icebreaker questions, start to ask business questions. And break your questions up into 3 areas: into the now, into the past, and into the future. And I'm going to show you now a series of questions that you might want to consider when you meet people. And again, you can do it just as easily sitting, having your virtual coffee in front of the camera as you can at a conference. So here are the questions. If somebody says, what do you do? And they tell you they work at such and such a company, make sure you ask that as the next question. And here are some more questions. Sorry, that should read, how much competition do you have? I always like to know whether a company is proactive or reactive. That gives me a good indication as to how, I've lost a word, how keen they are to grow their business. Ambitious, that was the word, ambitious. You know something, this question here. People sometimes ask me, Will, how's business? I think it is the most stupid question in the world. When they say, how's business? I mean, I'm very polite and I don't say that's a stupid question. But I think, well, when they say, how's business? Do you mean today, this week, this month? So when you start asking people, how's business? Try and ask a question with a trend that goes with it. How's the year going for you so far? Or how are things since we've been in lockdown? Or when it comes to the end of the year and hopefully things go back to semi-normal, you can say, how has the year gone for you? Or in January next year, how has the year started for you? So please, everybody, ask sensible questions. I don't know about you, but if it's a company I've never heard of, I mean, if it's like BMW or Google or KPMG, I know that it's a massive company. But if it's a company I've never heard of, I very often want to know the size and scale of a company, and that is the question I would be asking to understand how big their company is. Ask some questions about that. Obviously, at the moment, 12 months ago, if I was working in the UK or even in Europe, the end of that sentence would be, what are the consequences of the UK leaving Brexit? Of course, that's stale news at the moment. So, of course, the question now is, what are the consequences of the pandemic? And again, everybody's using technology. We're all using technology now. Thank you, Zoom. Did you all notice today, anybody read the local financial, not the local, the national, international financial press, how well Zoom are doing? They used to have 10 million users a month, and now they've got 300 million users a month. I wish I had shares stock in Zoom. I could become a millionaire and retire. Having said that, even if I was a millionaire, I'd never retire because I absolutely love doing what I'm doing. That question there is a bit of a negative. So let me give you an alternative to that question. What are you focused on at the moment? That is a much more positive question than that one. But that gives you a comparison between negative and positive way of asking questions. And then you ask questions about the past. If ever you meet the owner of a business, make sure you ask them that. They love being asked that question. If you meet a professional person, you meet a researcher, what made you become a researcher into Alzheimer's? What made you become a lawyer, etc.? These are questions about people's past. And then questions about their future. So for those of you who are looking for a job, the one thing you want them to say to you is, we are looking to expand. Because generally, businesses cannot expand without more people. And that's where you start thinking, aha. An aha moment is a light bulb moment. That's when you think, wow, this was worth coming to the event for. But don't go into selling mode. Don't go into your pocket and get your resume out. You're not ready for that yet. Just keep asking good questions. Where do you see the business going? How are you hoping to do that? What challenges is that going to bring for you if you buy another company? Whatever it is, don't talk about yourself at the moment. Just focus totally on them and their business. The time for telling them all about you is not at the networking event, it's afterwards. And what you're seeing there, everybody, is a process. So it starts with an invitation, online or offline. We meet people, we build relationships. It gives us license to ask questions. We might spot whether they have a need for your services, what we call the aha moment, as I've explained. And then I want you to follow up. Well, you might follow up with a phone call when we go back to normal, or you might follow up with a second Zoom meeting, or, I don't know, a WhatsApp meeting. And then hopefully you're going to meet them at the moment online, eventually offline. So it's looking for new clients and more career opportunities. So following up, I know that most people don't like following up because of that slide. They're worrying about pestering people. They're worrying about being a nuisance. Well, let me help you here. If you are following up something and you've got an opportunity, please pick up the phone. That's the old-fashioned way of picking up the phone. That's the modern way of picking up the phone. But please, always pick up the phone after you've spotted an aha moment. It might be slightly different whilst we're all in lockdown, but generally, after you've met somebody at an event, I want you to ask permission to call them and then call them. And very often, people are very, very busy. Recruiters, HR departments are very, very busy. So you get silence. But for goodness sake, please keep following up. But then, if you begin to think, well, I'm beginning to think I'm a nuisance, write to them or leave a voicemail and say, look, I sent you my resume. We met at an event. I'm beginning to think I'm annoying you. Please give me guidance. If you don't want to hear from me anymore, tell me, and I won't bother you any further. So please, everybody, don't give up. Why? Because I'd like to hope that the people on this Zoom meeting today, this webinar, that you are a valuable person. Are you all valuable people? Yes, I can hear you all say you're valuable. And remember this, when they employ you, you will add value to their company. They're going to pay you, and forget the currency, they're going to pay you 50,000. But paying you 50,000, not rupees, by the way, 50,000, the value they're going to get from it is 150,000. So don't give up. Whatever you do, everybody, keep going back all the time. But don't forget to offer that escape route. Join local networking groups or join networking clubs that perhaps focus on the industry you want to get into. Get involved in discussion groups. There's so much happening online. Don't just sit back and pray that you're going to get a job and that people are just going to find you on LinkedIn. They might just find you on LinkedIn, but don't bet on it. So that's what you're looking for. Whether you're in a job and you want to change it, or if you're not in a job, you've got to be proactive. I talked to you about Dale Carnegie. That is one of his many famous quotes. So when you are in conversation, remember we have two of these and one of those, and we have to use them in that order. Now, if you are in LinkedIn, I would love you to link in with me, but can you read the words in capitals and underline? Do not send me or anybody else an invitation without sending a personal invite. It's very, very easy. You've got to go, whether it's smartphone or PC, go to somebody's connection and you will find a more button, M-O-R-E. Go to the more button and somewhere it will say add a note or personalize the invitation. So please, will you personalize the invitation to me or anybody? Just sending that one-liner, can we link in? And I don't know you, I'll probably just ignore you because I don't link in with strangers, particularly because I don't see any benefit for me and I don't really see a great deal of benefit for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be remiss of me not to tell you what I do, because eventually one of you or 10 of you or 100 of you might end up wanting to use my services, because I will charge you that much and the value you'll get is that much. So let me quickly share with you what I do. Do a lot of that. I have public courses in London and Manchester, and I run tailor-made in-house workshops, but not yet. When things go back to normal, that's what I'm doing. But I do now run live Zoom workshops. This was a mini workshop today. I hope you found something useful. And have a look. I have a full online program now where you can download everything and learn all about networking. Oh, and maybe you can Kindle or buy my paperback, Business Networking. I'm afraid it's only in English at the moment, but maybe one day it'll get translated into your language. So please, do me a favor. There's my email, will@kintish.co.uk. Please, will you share one or two if you like, but one useful idea with me, because that makes me feel good that you've taken something away from this 40 minutes. So as I hand back in a moment to Amber and the team, I want you to think about this. Are you going to sit around and just wait for things to happen? Or are you going to become proactive and get on the PC, get on the phone and start talking to people? So that's my thoughts for you. It's your turn now to go and do things. Thank you.
Excellent, Will. Thank you so much for that second segment on networking your way to the dream job. Really good insight for the talent in the audience, and especially the speed stuns, respond fast to what you've committed to. The importance of the follow-up, because we very frequently get that question as well. And they are hesitant. They're worried about upsetting the employer and not getting to that next stage. But it is important to be kind and be polite, but be persistent and definitely follow up. So with that, we do have a couple of questions from the audience that I would like to ask. One of them is with regards to your mention of small talk. And how do you do small talk when we're dealing with different cultures and when culture differs? And this is a question from a candidate in the audience from Sweden.
Okay, so candidate from Sweden. Stay on safe topics. So you'll start off with the icebreaker question. Then if it's a conference or some sort of business event, you will then go into the business questions. And if you're enjoying somebody's company, simply say, so when you're not working, what do you do in your spare time? Or have you been away on holiday recently? Or where do you live? Simple questions like that. Something I need to mention to you. If you meet somebody at an event and he or she can't directly help you, remember this. Everybody has got a network. Everybody is somebody's somebody. So by doing small talk and getting them to like you and you showing interest, you never know who that person knows. So if you think they've got a big network, then build on the relationship using the small talk.
Excellent. Now, you mentioned on a couple of occasions your networking club. Can you share more about the networking club? What are the main activities? How was it created?
Okay. I know I'm speaking to a big international audience, so this is relevant. 22 years ago, I was still an accountant, and I joined a networking club, which is all over the world. It's called BNI. It stands for Business Network International. You look it up in your country on Google, and there will be a chapter in your country. And I joined that. And because I joined that, Amber, I met a bank manager. It's a long story. I haven't got time now. But he was the man who helped me get out of accountancy to doing what I'm doing now. That's my networking club. And in the last 8 weeks, we haven't been able to meet every Friday morning online, but we haven't been able to meet face to face, but we are meeting online. And if you'd like to come and join us, it's Friday morning at 7:30 a.m., 7:30 early time in the UK. Come along and join us. We're on for an hour and a quarter from 7:30 till about 8:45. And you can see how our networking club works. You will be invited to speak for 1 minute on who you are and what you do. After 1 minute, the chairman will say, thank you very much, stop talking. So if you're interested, but we changed the name from BNI, we became an independent network. We're now called, and again, check it out on the internet, the Manchester Business Breakfast Club. We run it on exactly the same lines as BNI, but for various reasons, I'm sorry to tell you, we fell out with them, and we now run our own event, and it's wonderful. There's a lot of giving in there. Everybody's helping everybody else.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your generosity and extending the invite to our community. I would also just reinforce to that question, don't forget everyone about the alumni chapters around the globe from your academic institutions. Those are also excellent sources for the networking and networking type clubs. We do have one final question, Will, and it doesn't surprise me because I know this is a hot topic regarding your suggestion to follow up and understanding that the HR professionals and hiring managers are extremely busy, especially now in COVID-19 times. Can you give further guidance, more specific guidance on how our audience can be following up with the recruiters, understanding that there could potentially be hundreds or maybe even, depending on the market, thousands of candidates in a process?
The most important thing here, Amber, is for the candidates to be different. There is the most wonderful, wonderful man, and I can send you the details. He decided to advertise himself on Amazon. He's actually got a page on Amazon. He's got one item only because there's only him, and basically he put his resume on Amazon, he was offered 100 jobs. So my advice to you is you have to stand out. Write to people, write to people with the old-fashioned way. On the envelope, handwrite the envelope for the personal attention of such a person. And I also have a letter. It's called Give Me a Job Letter. So you write directly to the company, introducing yourself. If you want a copy of that, I call Give Me a Job Letter, write to me, or I can send it to you, Amber, and you can send it along. But just be different. If you've written a book or you've written a paper, send them the paper in the post. Do things physically rather than just online, electronically. Get them to think, oh, who's this person? And then follow up with a phone call or an email, and keep remembering this. Say to them after a short period, if you don't want to use my services anymore, or you don't want to hear from me anymore, please tell me and I won't bother you any further. Very quick story. Tesco, the biggest supermarket in the UK, 20 years ago weren't selling televisions. And there was a man, I think he was from Germany, he had very cheap televisions. It took him 100 times to meet the buyer of Tesco to sell his televisions to them. And he ended up becoming a millionaire, if not a billionaire. He did not give up. And I'm saying to you all who are listening to me, don't give up.
Excellent advice. And you heard it, everyone, from Will himself. You want to set yourselves apart. As you will frequently hear me say, when you go into a selection process for a business or management school process, we are talking about on average 250 candidates. We're actually seeing more in COVID-19 times, on average over 300, of which 9 or 10 will be equally qualified, if not more qualified than you. So this is exactly what you need to do. Follow Will's advice. Set yourselves apart from the rest of the candidates in the crowd. So on that note, Will, thank you so much for sharing your valuable insight and advice with our audience today. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, we will be taking a short commercial break, and we will be back at 12 noon UTC, which is 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time, with the Dean Talks panel. So looking forward to seeing you shortly. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dolapo, and I am passionate about two things: data and communications. Over the last 5 years, I've been in roles that allow me to collect and analyze data, apply design thinking to the insights gotten, develop the perfect product, and use storytelling to communicate value to the customer. I've worked in the medical, the consumer goods, the retail and services industry in various organizations across Africa and the Middle East, both paid and volunteered. I'm looking forward to a global role that allows me to explore my passions, data and communications in the business context. Thank you very much.
My name is Julia, and I'm currently studying for a Master's in Marketing Analytics at the University of Southampton. In my previous role as a marketing assistant at an ultra-luxury cruise line, I developed international marketing campaigns, and I was working very closely with offices and suppliers around the world. Languages are my greatest passion, and apart from German, which is my native language, I do also speak French and Italian, English, and I have basic skills in Spanish and Chinese. As an international student myself, I have been working and studying in multicultural environments. Therefore, I am a strong collaborator and easily adaptable to new challenges. After I graduate this September, I see myself working in data analytics and data visualization. As part of my master's degree, I have also been learning a language that was entirely new to me, which is programming. And I am very proud of my progress so far because I've been able to conduct advanced statistical analysis and apply machine learning techniques to big data. In my free time, I enjoy singing in a choir, running, photography, and I absolutely love traveling and exploring new places.
Hi, I'm Raman Parashar, an aspiring marketer, and in 3 quick points, I'll tell you why I am the ideal candidate for your next marketing assignment. I'm really excited about the marriage of marketing with science and technology. I understand and I have been part of the delicate process that starts right from brainstorming to research to implementation, and then finally reporting of a marketing campaign, and also designing digital graphics, drawing insights from data, and conveying a powerful story through an impactful content are the 3 activities that gets me out of bed every morning. I drive innovation and personal growth. I'm always striving to be a better person. I connect with people from different cultures, and I'm always looking for something to learn. When I see an opportunity, I take it. My creative ideas are endless. Now, although I'm really excited to learn and absorb in the new role that I'll have, I'm equally excited to bring my own fresh creative ideas to the table every time and be in a collaborative environment to be able to do so.
Hello, my name is Kalales and I'm from France. I'm studying digital marketing and project management. I'm doing my master's degree in apprenticeship, so it means that I'm working 3 weeks a month for a company. The company for which I'm working for is called Saint-Gobain, and it's an international company. There, I'm working as an international marketing assistant. I have tasks in digital marketing and tasks in communication and business administration. By July, I will graduate, and I'm now looking for a graduate program or a permanent contract for an international company. I would like to relocate as I'm currently working in Paris, and yeah, I've always had huge interest in traveling. During my studies, I went to Sweden for 9 months. I did an exchange, and I also did an internship in Canada in Montreal. Thank you.
Challenge accepted. So my favourite thing about AB and Bev is that you can go out and you can really drive your own career. So if you've got an idea or if you see a gap within the company, then you can go out and you can look for a solution, no matter what level of the company you're at. So even if you're entry level, you can go out and you can drive it and you can do it. Challenge accepted.
Hi everyone, my name is Yu Rong. You can call me Rebecca. I came from China and currently I'm a student in the University of Nottingham as an MSc marketing student. As a marketing student, I have 3 major industry past internship experience. The first one is in the fast-moving consumer goods company, and second one is in the service industry, and third one is a company in China. I'm seeking for a job in the area of marketing, and I'm also highly interested in the business-to-business marketing. In my spare time, I enjoy doing exercise, playing chess, and reading. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatma Kayed, Palestinian, born and live in Dubai. I've been graduated from my EMBA by May 7, 2020. Currently, I'm working as Business Development Director for an animation production house based in Dubai, and for my free time, I do business consultancy for a media firm. And now, my key skills are creative storyteller, society content creation, marketing and the business development, analytical and communication skills, creative problem solving, market analysis, and research by using Tableau software. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Ignacio Gandarias, and I'm currently studying an online master's degree in Big Data and Analytics at the 3 Points Business School. With a bachelor degree in Business Administration, I have just received my master's degree in Sales and Commercial Management at the EAA Business School. fluent in 4 languages, English, French, Italian and Spanish, my mother tongue. I do come from Madrid, but I do have an international background experience all over the world. I've been in charge of leading different business units in the hospitality and the film production industry, especially in 3 major areas, which are customer needs, cost control, and team building. I do hope to get a more personal interview and have better knowledge of all the future needs that your company has and how my strong skills could become the perfect match for a joint path.
Hello, my name is Alicia and I studied advertising and public relations at the University of Navarra in Spain. In my previous role as a marketing associate for a gift distributor based in Manhattan, New York, I helped develop a digital marketing strategy and I worked closely with the marketing teams of companies such as Hudson Yards and Rockefeller Center, where our retail stores were located. In my free time, I do a lot of photography, hiking when it's not raining, and I love listening to podcasts and reading books about leadership, marketing, and so on. People say, and I want to believe, that I am a very detail-oriented and solution-oriented person. And I have advanced knowledge of Adobe Photoshop, InDesign, SEO, and digital media in general. And it's very nice to meet you. I hope we can connect in this fair.
Hello everyone, my name is Isaac. I'm a postgrad student at the University of Southampton, and this is my CV. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science with 3 years of experience in e-commerce and digital content creation. I'm currently studying for a master's degree in marketing analytics at the University of Southampton in the UK. Some of my technical skills include mobile app development, search engine optimization, and video content production. Also, I'm very proud to say that thanks to my previous work, I was able to participate in a very interesting project, which was also awarded with a Guinness World Record. Finally, my goal here is to keep developing my technical and marketing skills in the near future. That's why I'm looking for a role in digital marketing. Well, thanks for watching. Hopefully you find this video useful, and remember, stay safe. Bye.
Hi, my name is Dolapo and I am passionate about 2 things, data and communications. Over the last 5 years, I've been in roles that allowed me to collect and analyze data, apply design thinking to the insights gotten, develop the perfect product, and use storytelling to communicate value to the customer. I've worked in the medical, the consumer goods, the retail and services industry in various organizations across Africa and the Middle East, both paid and volunteered. I'm looking forward to a global role that allows me to explore my passions, data and communications in the business context. Thank you very much.
My name is Julia and I'm currently studying for a Master's in Marketing Analytics at the University of Southampton. In my previous role as a marketing assistant at an ultra-luxury cruise line, I developed international marketing campaigns and I was working very closely with offices and suppliers around the world. Languages are my greatest passion, and apart from German, which is my native language, I do also speak French and Italian, English, and I have basic skills in Spanish and Chinese. As an international student myself, I have been working and studying in multicultural environments, therefore I am a strong collaborator and easily adaptable to new challenges. After I graduate this September, I see myself working in data analytics and data visualization. As part of my master's degree, I have also been learning a language that was entirely new to me, which is programming. And I am very proud of my progress so far because I've been able to conduct advanced statistical analysis and apply machine learning techniques to big data. In my free time, I enjoy singing in a choir, running, photography, and I absolutely love traveling and exploring new places.
Hi, I'm Raman Parashar, an aspiring marketer, and in 3 quick points, I'll tell you why I am the ideal candidate for your next marketing assignment. I'm really excited about the marriage of marketing with science and technology. I understand and I have been part of the delicate process that starts right from brainstorming to research to implementation and then finally reporting of a marketing campaign, and also designing digital graphics, drawing insights from data, and conveying a powerful story through an impactful content are the 3 activities that gets me out of bed every morning. I drive innovation and personal growth. I'm always striving to be a better person and connect with people from different cultures, and I'm always looking for something to learn. When I see an opportunity, I take it. My creative ideas are endless. Now, although I'm really excited to learn and absorb in the new role that I'll have, I'm equally excited to bring my own fresh creative ideas to the table every time and be in a collaborative environment to be able to do so.
Hello, my name is Kalales and I'm from France. I'm studying digital marketing and project management. I'm doing my master's degree in apprenticeship, so it means that I'm working 3 weeks a month for a company. The company for which I'm working for is called Saint-Gobain, and it's an international company. There, I'm working as an international marketing assistant. I have tasks in digital marketing and tasks in communication and business administration. By July, I will graduate, and I'm now looking for a graduate program or a permanent contract for an international company. I would like to relocate as I'm currently working in Paris, and yeah, I've always had huge interest in traveling. During my studies, I went to Sweden for 9 months. I did an exchange, and I also did an internship in Canada in Montreal. Thank you.
Challenge accepted. So my favourite thing about AB and Bev is that you can go out and you can really drive your own career. So if you've got an idea or if you see a gap within the company, then you can go out and you can look for a solution, no matter what level of the company you're at. So even if you're entry level, you can go out and you can drive it and you can do it. Challenge accepted.
Hi everyone, my name is Yurong. You can call me Rebecca. I came from China and currently I'm a student in the University of Nottingham as an MSc marketing student. As a marketing student, I have 3 major industry past internship experience. The first one is in the fast-moving consumer goods company, and second one is in the service industry, and third one is a company in China. I'm seeking for a job in the area of marketing, and I'm also highly interested in business-to-business marketing. In my spare time, I enjoy doing exercise, playing chess, and reading. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatma Kayed, Palestinian, born and live in Dubai. I've been graduated from my EMBA by May 7, 2020. Currently, I'm working as a business development director for an animation production house based in Dubai, and for my free time, I do business consultancy for a media firm. And now, my key skills are creative storyteller, society content creation, marketing and the business development, analytical and communication skills, creative problem solving, market analysis, and research by using Tableau software. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Ignacio Andarias, and I'm currently studying an online master's degree in Big Data and Analytics at the 3 Points Business School. With a bachelor degree in Business Administration, I have just received my master's degree in Sales and Commercial Management at the EAA Business School. Fluent in 4 languages, English, French, Italian and Spanish, my mother tongue. I do come from Madrid, but I do have an international background experience all over the world. I've been in charge of leading different business units in the hospitality and the film production industry, especially in 3 major areas, which are customer needs, cost control, and team building. I do hope to get I do hope to get a more personal interview and have better knowledge of all the future needs that your company has and how my strong skills could become the perfect match for a joint path.
Hello, my name is Alicia and I studied advertising and public relations at the University of Navarra in Spain. In my previous role as a marketing associate for a gift distributor based in Manhattan, New York, I helped develop a digital marketing strategy and I worked closely with the marketing teams of companies such as Hudson Yards and Rockefeller Center, where our retail stores were located. In my free time, I do a lot of photography, hiking when it's not raining, and I love listening to podcasts and reading books about leadership, marketing, and so on. People say, and I want to believe, that I am a very detail-oriented and solution-oriented person, and I have advanced knowledge of Adobe Photoshop, InDesign, SEO, and digital media in general. And it's very nice to meet you. I hope.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. My name is Amber Wigmore-Alvarez, Chief Innovation Officer of Hired EFMD, and it's a pleasure to be your host for today's virtual conference and moderator for the Dean Talk session. We are here today with 4 of our Global Business School deans. We have Dr. Delphine Monceau from Neoma Business School in France, Dr. Thomas Fröhlicher from Rennes School of Business in France, Dr. Simon Mercado from ESCP Business School in the UK, and Dr. Nicola Klein, who comes to us from the University of Pretoria's Gordon Institute of Business Science in South Africa, more commonly known as GIBS. Welcome to all of you today, and thank you for your generosity in being here for our audience. Now, without any further ado, we have been receiving a number of questions from the talent in our audience ahead of today's session, looking for candid responses. And as you can imagine, so many of these questions are in relation to COVID-19. And more specifically, I would like to direct the first question to Nicola. And it would be, how is the COVID situation affecting the job scenarios for those graduating at this time? You can imagine the, in general, anxiety when it comes to graduates about to enter the workforce, and only now more exacerbated by the circumstances today. So if you could share your views on that with us.
Amber, thank you. It's lovely to be here today. I think it's going to depend, the job scenario is going to depend on the country in which you find yourself. Certainly in South Africa, a country that was characterized by very high unemployment prior to COVID, where already we had a 50% youth unemployment. We're looking at a significant number of layoffs. Only 8 million of South Africa's 52 million is economically active, and we expect a further 1 million layoffs. So across the continent, we're certainly seeing job numbers or firings and job vacancies reduce in countries like the United States. I think it's going to really depend on the environment in which you find yourself. So my response to that would be that there's always going to be a need for highly skilled individuals, but I think what we have to really do is make sure that people are prepared to take on entrepreneurial positions. They may be taking part-time roles, reduced time roles, but also in certain cases, now is the time. If you had any doubts about when to start your own business, it's probably now.
Would the rest of you concur? Simon, what would you like to add to that?
No, I agree fully with what Nicola has to say. And first of all, good day to everybody involved in this event. It's lovely to join you. I think there is also an issue about sector. I think the reality is very different globally in different sectors right now. I'm perhaps stating the obvious, but the crisis has hit certain sectors, aviation, tourism, as case in point, particularly brutally, and conversely, there are other technology-driven sectors, pharmaceuticals, tech, data-driven sectors of business that are in a fundamentally different position, and that are even being presented with new business opportunities right now. So I think it's not a simple picture. There is difference, as Nicola's made the point, there's difference in terms of geographic locale, there's difference in terms of the sort of precondition of economies nationally and regionally prior to the crisis. But also I think we have to be sensitive to the very different position that different sectors of the economy now find themselves in. But, you know, in macro terms, we've got to be realistic. Businesses do what they normally do when being plunged into recession, and there's data coming out of employer institutes worldwide that's less than encouraging. I think the Institute of Student Employers, for example, has just published a survey that suggests that more than a quarter of businesses in Europe will be reducing the number of graduates they recruit in 2020. So an uneven picture, in many respects not an encouraging one, but a situation that can change quite quickly as we come out of this crisis.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, Simon. When I look at a number of the questions we have coming in now with that response, it would be about understanding now going out into this precarious and difficult employment situation around the globe. And then even when we look at the different sectors, it would be about what are your thoughts, everyone? And I would direct this to Thomas and Delphine on continuing education during COVID-19 times, or as we exit of the COVID-19 lockdown situation. And what would then be the value of, one of the questions, of an international MBA? So two-part question. Is it a good idea to continue studying at this time? And how would the value of the degrees from your institutions be affected now by this new post-COVID-19 world?
Who starts? Well, I could start if you want. Well, first, thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be a participant to this session. Maybe to the first question, I think it's valuable to consider the idea of pursuing, you know, some education. But at the same time, you must to keep in mind that, I mean, you have to do this with a clear idea about the value of this additional education. So probably, I mean, if I take maybe two examples, I mean, managing in a digital world could be an option, you know, just to prepare yourself to the new normal, even better than that you were before. Or if you take artificial intelligence, I mean, that could be the time to take, you know, if you are not perfectly at ease with this in industry, in managing, it could be the time to do it. But at the same time, and it was already said before, I mean, maybe it's not a good option, I mean, just to do it, you know, to wait for the market, the labor market, to be more active. I mean, there are opportunities. There are many sectors. Maybe it's time to discover new sectors, to be very curious about activities you never considered, and take options and opportunities. We mentioned tech, I could mention agribusiness. I mean, there will be strategic fields, and there are already, and it was the case generally before the COVID crisis, full sector that were desperately looking for talents. So it's probably time to reconsider your previous options and well, get a new intelligence of the labor market.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Thomas. Would you like to add anything, Delphine?
Yes, yes, but it would be in the same with the same idea. I think it doesn't make sense to keep on doing an extra program if it's just to earn some time. I think it makes sense if you are really targeting a first tier school with a highly professionalizing program that will prepare you for the new job market. I think the job market in 1-2 years is going to be different from what it was 6 months ago, with different types of skills that will be searched for by companies, different industries which will be growing as compared to the past. So I think it's a good moment if you need to switch to these new types of skills, if you want to take some perspective on how the economic situation is changing, and if you want to increase your own skills and competence. To get back to the question on the international MBA, because you had this question, it's the exact same idea. I think you shouldn't do an MBA right now just because you don't want to enter into the job market immediately. I think you should do it if you know why you're doing it. If it's a way, for instance, to increase your digital skills. I mean, digital competence is going to be highly valued by companies, especially from young generations. I think this is an area where young generations will have a lot to bring to the companies they will join. So in this sense, it makes sense. But as experts have been saying, like Scott Galloway in his recent papers, I think in the future, the reputation also of business schools and of universities is going to be even more important than in the past. So it also really makes sense if it's in a highly recognized school.
Excellent, Delphine. Simon, what would you like to add to that?
I wanted to add to echo the points really made by Thomas and Delphine about the premium attaching to digital intelligence, for want of a better expression. And I think we will probably all share the view that the demands of the job market and of modern industry are such that intelligences or intelligence quotas in terms of digital literacy, emotional intelligence, and intercultural effectiveness are really of paramount importance. And graduates who can demonstrate those skills and competencies at a high level, for example, managing multicultural teams remotely in the context of international business operations, are going to be in demand. And so, really developing those skills, cultivating those skills by one educational choice or another remains entirely sensible. Now, I think for me, that translates into a careful interrogation of what a specific MBA qualification can deliver, as opposed to alternative MBA offers, or indeed as opposed to the alternative route of a specialist master, which of course has become very significant in terms of the European marketplace at least. But my broad sense is that with respect to the MBA and the international MBA in particular, is that I'm confident that it's enduring in terms of its appeal and relevance to the marketplace. But one has to be careful in ensuring that the specific MBA qualification itself delivers on those specific learning gains and skills that we've been highlighting between us.
Excellent, Simon. Nicola.
Thank you, Amber. It's to build on Simon's point. I think there are a couple of different perspectives that learners will bring. And one of the things certainly that we're seeing amongst corporates is a belief that all learning can go online and can be done as an individual. And so there is perhaps a temptation to say, well, I'm not going to think about doing an MBA. What I'll do is a portfolio of online courses where I'll take myself through my own curriculum. And I think fundamentally, there is no doubt that we have to be on the fastest learning curve as a planet, as individuals in the job market, as schools. We're on an incredibly rapid learning curve right now, but we need collective sense making. And to me, this is what is so important when it comes to the MBA. This is not knowledge for knowledge's sake. I'm not suggesting that people shouldn't be identifying and holding accountability for their own learning portfolios. But I think to go into really well-constructed curricula from reputable schools with people in the room who share a common appetite, a sense of values, and a learning ethos is very, very valuable. We've all seen in taking our schools online that it can be very lonely learning on your own. And even some of the best online programs, what we find is it's learning in community, and I think social learning, that is the hallmark of leading MBAs. And that is, for me, is very important, that people think not only what is in the curriculum, but also who else is in the room, whether the room is virtual or whether the room is physical.
Delphine, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that our view of the key skills for future managers and leaders has been changing over the past months. I think the COVID and the lockdown have shown us how important group work is, how important emotional intelligence and leadership is. Also, it has raised even further the importance of corporate social responsibility and environmental issues. Also, a broad view of how to build a business plan in times of crisis and how to deal with uncertainty. I mean, all companies are dealing with a very high level of uncertainty, and it's part of our daily life and our daily decisions. So in this respect, I think the ideal content of program has changed, and the skills that they need to develop for future managers are changing. It also has shown how important face-to-face teaching is. We've all been very happy about how well we switched to online teaching, and it's been a huge success throughout the world for most universities and business schools. But it has also shown how important it is to communicate with your peers, with your professors, to do some relevant group work, even if you don't see each other. So, and how important it is not only when learning, but also when you work for a company. So I think these are the types of qualities that one should search for when picking a program now.
Excellent. And I would like to ask Thomas, because it's a continuation of what Simon, Nicola, and Delphine were just mentioning, and when it comes to the future of education. And we have a question from a student from your institution, Thomas, who's asking, how do you think the education system should be focused after the COVID-19 crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for this question. I mean, I think the curriculum will have to, widen the horizons beyond, management and just what we refer as a soft skills development. I see at least four main topics that will be key in the future. They were there already, but I think now we realize how important they are. Well, the first one is really about, what I call the geopolitics. I mean, at the moment, I mean, every morning when you look at the news, if you still do, I mean, you have to embrace at the same time the same phenomena, but with different angles, depending in which country you look at it. And so it's very important to look at this, and at the same time to look at the way national sovereignties are taking the lead again. I mean, so we will look at the world differently, probably no longer with the word globalization, but another way to look at this huge interdependency of countries, one with the other. The second issue for me, which is really important, is to be able, to influence your people inside the organization. And, now we have to address this issue of influencing your people on the screen. I mean, just the way we are at the moment. I mean, we started to do so, but when you're addressing, your whole school, your whole company or like today, with 1,000 people looking at you through this very small, surface, it's totally different. We have to become movie star. I'm not a movie star, but I think the next generation will have to be, to be able to act as movie stars, realizing the way people on the other side of this little screen will react, will be touched by what you're going to say. The third thing, of course, is data. Everything will be data-driven. So even if you're not an engineer, you will have to, be able to think about these data-driven industries and the way they work and what you can do with governing your data and creating value out of it. last thing is really about, and I come back to this idea of uncertainty. We are living, you know, every hour in another context, and one of our huge responsibility as manager in particular is to have the capacity to transform and to thrive through complexity and uncertainty, well, to create, you know, simple ideas that make people comfortable to engage with you on new market, new products. So to transform this very complex reality in a simple experience with a lot of value for your people. It's okay?
Thank you, Thomas. That was a great summary of the different points and the perspective and the way to look at it. I see that Simon has raised his hand.
Yeah, Thomas, you might not consider yourself a natural movie star, but you look every inch the movie director from where I'm sitting. I think you make a very interesting point, Thomas, about the shift and evolution in curricula. You know, and I think we have a responsibility, don't we, as business school leaders, to ensure that these curricula evolve to fit the requirements of not only the moment, but of the requirements of tomorrow. And I think you're right in terms of a sharper focus on sustainability, data, digital competence. These are all necessary shifts, and one could add to that, I think, in light of the C-19 phenomenon, areas like remote leadership, risk management, crisis management, and managing in a VUCA context, which are all things that we've highlighted between us. But I think beyond that, there's a structural shift, isn't there, happening in higher education? First of all, this crisis, I think, has functioned as a digital accelerator. I think we have to be honest and say that higher education is not necessarily the most advanced sector or industry in terms of its digitalization. This is advancing the pace and progress of digitalization such that the future of management education is going to be one where digital technologies are playing a much stronger role and are being used more creatively or more professionally, I dare say, than they have been hitherto. And that can contribute to a more personalized approach to education rather than a sort of one-size-fits-all model. So I think in terms of curricula, instruction methods, yes, there are big shifts coming our way. I also think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in terms of mobility. I completely agree with Nicola about the continuing attraction of real, authentic classroom-based learning and community experiences. And for many students, it's physical mobility to new locations and across borders that has helped to deliver that. And I still think that will continue to be the case and to be the reality. But I would expect a more responsible blend between traditional physical mobility and virtual mobility to become a characteristic of higher education moving forwards. And then finally, continuous learning loops with people remaining engaged in higher education for longer periods or returning to higher education at different points in their career. Much more to say on this fascinating one, but I should give way.
Excellent. Thank you, Simon. And we've, in the meantime, received an excellent question from the audience. And this candidate is asking, many universities in the world prepare students for getting a job in today's market. However, the jobs have been changing super fast over the last 2 to 3 decades. How do your faculty make sure that students fully find out their true natural talents and passion during their studies? So that is an open question. Who wants to take that? Delphine.
Yeah, I can start. First, I want to say that I think our role is not to prepare for the first job. And that's what's tricky these days, because we all know that jobs are changing and that I don't know if it's 60% or 80% of jobs in 20 years do not exist today. So our role is kind of difficult, but challenging, but very exciting, is that we need to prepare people for jobs that do not exist yet. So how do we do that? Well, exactly the way the person asking the question mentioned. We need to make people identify their personal skills, their passion, the topics for which they make a difference and they like to make a difference. And this is developing their personal skills that are not technical, but very interpersonal, that will make them able to address future jobs. I think we all need also to develop robot-proof skills, because we know that with IA, with digitalizations, human skills, the ones that robots cannot achieve, will be the ones that will be the most important for future leaders. So it goes with the topics that Thomas was mentioning, like understanding the world, understanding geopolitics, but also leading teams, making people change, making people deal with uncertainty. So it's what people would call it soft skills, but I think it's much deeper than that. It's not soft, it's highly deep. It's about how humans work together, what makes them creative. Creativity is going to be a key skill in the future, because robots often are not that creative. So it's a kind of paradox, because on one hand, we need to be data-driven and understand all the consequences of big data and how it helps optimize supply chain and so on. But on the other hand, we need to develop intuition, creativity, and all the very specific human skills that cannot be replaced by artificial intelligence.
Excellent, Delphine. Thank you. Nicola.
Thank you, Delphine, for starting us up on a road like this around these different skills. And I don't think our role is to get graduates ready for a job. I think our role is to prepare them to navigate not only their professional working lives, because I think we all know we're seeing this interplay between personal lives and professional lives and our social responsibility. What I think is incredibly exciting about this time, and it stems off the back of your point about new jobs, is it's an amazing time for people to forge their own paths. So if you look at it in decades ago, certainly when I went into the job market, there were these sort of career paths and you chose the career path. Nobody was really saying you make your own path. And I think what becomes very, very important here is that our graduates have to get what I would refer to as meta skills. You know, the ability to be curious, critical thinking, empathy. That these are key attributes that are going to take you forward. And if we can create a space, a safe space and a stretch space for our students to learn these, and to also understand the changes that the world needs. I was very conscious of Thomas's point about geopolitics, but equally what we are going to see is in a highly unequal world, we're going to see even more inequality play out. The situation from a climate perspective and from a socioeconomic inequality perspective is simply not sustainable for the world. So what we need now is brave new thinking, courage, the opportunity to come out and find different ways to make a contribution. And I think if we can give our students the sort of space to create that kind of courage and enterprise, to go into the market, they are going to be able to make profound change on the world, perhaps in ways that certainly when I entered into the workplace, I wasn't able to. So on one hand, it's a very daunting time, but on the other hand, it's a very exciting time. And with the half-life of knowledge, it's not about, is the curriculum perfect? It's about, am I developing those meta skills to go out and navigate a changed world?
Very interesting, Nicola. Thank you for that. Thomas, what are your thoughts? Is that the path that you're pursuing at REN?
Well, I think, yeah, I would like to add something. I mean, one very important point will be to make sure that our faculty people, I mean, professors, will give the right, will deliver the right knowledge. When I'm speaking about knowledge there, I think it won't be just, academic stuff being given to students like this. I mean, the big topic today is the relevancy of our professors. students are very, very concerned with the real experience of our professors. I mean, are they able to say something to people in, in companies, in the real world? I mean, do they have, beyond academic credentials, a real expertise? I mean, which makes sense also when they are in front of managers, the CEOs, so really outside the classroom. And I think that's the way students will have to look at the faculty staff of our institutions. And yeah, making sure that business schools will be more than ever connected to the real world, discussing the real problematics, I mean, the cutting edge problematics and challenges of the company will be the best thing to make sure that we deliver the relevant knowledge. And I think that if your professors are working with, managers, on a daily basis or frequently, they will be also perfectly able to share this with their students, because they will have this humility to accept the idea that when you're in corporations, in companies, that's the place where you are, where you have to tackle the real issues. Okay, not in your laboratory, not in your office, writing papers on your own.
Excellent, Thomas. Absolutely, and I fully concur. And that is what the network is looking for, those real world connections as they go out into the workforce, and that experiential learning and insights. Simon.
Yeah, no, that's exactly the phrase I wanted to latch on to. I mean, I'm sure a lot of the individuals in the room today, and I know you have many, will focus on the real learning gains of those experiential learning opportunities that they will have had, or they'll be targeting those experiential learning opportunities in programs ahead. And Thomas is right that it comes down to connectedness. It comes down to our capacity as schools to embed ourselves in networks and to leverage our networks to create interesting, authentic, experiential learning opportunities that take individuals beyond the traditional boundaries of the classroom. And what's encouraging, and we talked about this as a community at the last EFMD annual conference in Lisbon, is the sheer volume of business schools that are thinking imaginatively and creatively about these challenges, are investing in incubation and the promotion of startups, are supporting social impact and social enterprise projects, and actually building them in to the curriculum. So they're not just sort of bolt-ons or add-ons, perhaps pursued on a voluntary basis, but are integral to the program of study themselves. And so I think these are things that we must do. I think our overriding responsibility, and I know it might sound a little bit cliched, is to stop the world going back to what it was before the crisis. There's an element of reinvention, reimagination that's incumbent upon all of us, whether we're higher education leaders or business leaders or civic leaders. And it's not us individually that will make that journey. It's the people that we work with and educate and support in the various ways that my colleagues have been saying.
Now, I want to stay with you for just a moment, Simon, because as you've been speaking, we have a question from the audience. And I don't always like to get into very specific cases, but this is applicable for so many people these days. And it's taking the current scenario in mind. Can you shed some light on the pathway for non-European international students to get employment in graduate roles in the UK?
Okay, the UK case. No.
And then, of course, we can take it for the other markets as well that we have represented here. But work permit authorization is largely, for many of the students and alumni, often considered an obstacle.
Yes, of course, and of course, a part of the popularity of the UK higher education sector is the capacity of graduates to move into UK-based careers and opportunities. That's very much the case at ESCP, as it is elsewhere. I mean, there's good news in one sense for everybody, in that the government is committed to a new post-study work visa of 2 years duration. And this will be effective, at least this is our understanding, this will be effective from the 1st of January. So that's actually a strange byproduct of Brexit, which is in other respects quite damaging, but a strange byproduct of the Brexit process is to have encouraged the UK government to rethink its post-study work visa provision and increase the standard provision to 2 years from the 1st of January next year. However, to qualify for that, the current understanding is that students will have to have graduated directly out of a UK institution and will have had to have been previously on what we call a Tier 4 international student visa. But of course, there's a great deal of ambiguity still here, linked in part to the fate of EU nationals and the transition from where we are today, which is within a transition period itself, to a post-transition state. I fear that the reality is that for EU nationals, and you will have many in the room, the virtual room, it's a deterioration. I mean, you lose, those individuals lose the right of freedom of movement, at least in terms of the UK. But for non-EU citizens, today's non-EU citizens, the introduction of the 2-year post-study work visa provides a good platform, and there's no cap, there's no minimum salary threshold, there's no sort of skill standard qualification that's been specified, at least not for the first 2 years. And the understanding is that individuals would then transition after the 2 years to a qualified skills route visa. But we have to watch this one with care, because not everything is quite finalized in statutory terms.
Right, and I know work permit authorization is changing on a daily basis, and oftentimes even the visa officials have trouble answering.
It's a fast-moving country, or a slow-moving one, depending on your perspective.
Now, along those lines, talking international mobility, let's talk globalization. Nicola, a question from the audience. Do you think globalization is a successful concept?
I think that's like saying, is parenthood a successful concept, or is human life a successful concept? So I'm going to argue that we are going to see increased levels of nationalization. We are going to see these reductions in travel that I think are going to mean that countries are going to focus more on a level of protectionism that we haven't seen. Having said that, if you just take what's happening today, when you combine the technological opportunities, we are on a path to globalization that cannot be stopped. The question is how we globalize responsibly. The question is how we globalize with awareness of the impact of our activities and how we also understand information. I was watching an interesting clip on the FT yesterday that was around assuming, for example, that it's always better and has less impact on the environment to buy local produce. They were actually showing, in this case, it was about supply chains, which really are in disarray. It was the impact of showing the climate impact around buying, for example, flowers that have been cut in Kenya and shipped to the UK versus those that might have been grown in hothouses in Amsterdam and shipped to the UK, or in the Netherlands and shipped to the UK. So the question for me is not about should we be globalizing. We have to be globalizing, but can we understand the unanticipated consequences when we do globalize and start measuring externalities so that we're not using certain countries in the world as dumping grounds, and so that we're actually improving our collective lot.
Excellent. Thank you, Nicola. Now, 4 final questions, one for each of you. I'm going to start with Thomas. I want you to finish this statement. If you had not pursued a career in higher education, you would be?
A rock star.
Yeah, maybe.
Difficulty with the sound. We look like we lost Thomas. Okay.
Am I? Listen to me again, no?
Yes, good. Go for it. What would you
all right.
do?
Yeah. So my dream would have, I think I would have I would have appreciated to become an architect, you know, because I love looking, I've got all around me, you know, very nice construction, buildings, new railway station. I love, you know, to look at this growing, you know, day after day. I mean, that's, and I think that's the way I look at my own business school. I mean, you know, another brick every day. And somehow, sorry to speak like this about the COVID, COVID is a catastrophe in a pandemic. But at the same time, I mean, we will thank probably one day this COVID, I mean, to finally demonstrate to us that we were sitting on a huge, a huge technology resources, and everybody, in fact, were ready to embark on new kind of learning and so on. I mean, in some days, suddenly we discover that every professor is able to deliver something online quite properly. And now we are, you know, now the learning curve is really, well, increasing and accelerating all the time.
Excellent, Thomas. Thank you for sharing personally your frustrated career. As I say, it's never too late. Now, Delphine, Delphine, can you share where and how do you find inspiration?
Well, I find inspiration in areas that are very different from mine. It goes from reading amazing novels, watching movies, reading about science and space, and I think it brings a new perspective to what you do on a daily life. Maybe if I can just jump into what Nicola was saying just before, and also Simon about globalization, I wanted to say that I think that what the crisis has shown us is that we have more global responsibility. If I look at EU initiatives on an economic standpoint, I think the responsibility will be more shared in the future, and also we will have a more responsible globalization. So I think in the future, responsibility and globalization are going to get together and get combined more than before. And I think it's also very important to have a kind of optimistic view of what the world is going to be like in the next couple of years, because with the COVID crisis, we've been focusing on the difficulties, and it was the beginning of our discussion today. But I think it will also make happen new types of initiatives that can be pretty good for the future of all of us.
Excellent. So we'll see a fusion of those concepts and positivity enhancing that. Now, thank you, Delphine. Simon, what is the best piece of advice anyone has ever given you?
Well, first of all, I'm glad you didn't ask me either of those last two questions, because I would be umming and ahhing into the microphone. I was asked this, funnily enough, a little while back in an interview, and it took me a while to settle on it, but I think it's this: run fast with ambition and energy and conviction, but not so fast that you don't stop to listen and observe.
Excellent. Great philosophy there to live by. Nicola, somewhat similar to Simon's, but what do you wish someone had told you at the start of your career?
I think, Amber, when I thought about a career, I thought the most important things that I was going to choose was some of the things we've spoken about today. What sector will you go into? How will you define yourself? Will you be an architect? Will you be a rock star? Will you be a professor? I don't think that I spent enough time understanding who I was. I don't think that I spent enough time understanding, for example, that I'm not an introvert and working on my own all day is soul destroying. I didn't spend enough time asking myself, when I show up at a party, what happens? What good and what bad do I bring into a room? Because I think what we all need to do is play to our strengths. And often in our schooling system, certainly in the schooling system I grew up in, it was in some ways quite pathological. It focused on the gaps. What is it you don't know? What is it you are not able to do? And of course, we grew up with values in our home, but this question of who are you and what do you bring to an organization? You can replace your knowledge very quickly. We're all in the process of doing that. You can learn new skills very quickly. But this question of who is the essence of you, and how do you work best? I think is something that if I had mastered a lot earlier, I probably would have had less negative experiences in my early career.
Thank you for sharing that. And it's evident that the students and alumni, your communities, are so fortunate to have you all as leaders. I want to thank you all once again, Simon, Nicola, Delphine, and Thomas. It's been a pleasure having you on the panel. Thank you for your contributions to the season finale. Now, immediately after the commercial break, where you'll see a few more of the elevator pitches from our talent, we will have with us three-time TEDx speaker Vladimir Vulic, who will be speaking about the digital tipping point and the 5 levels of remote work. I can't think of a more relevant time to hear his presentation than today. Thank you all once again, and be back shortly.
It started with a challenge to elevate our voice, to stand out from the crowd, to communicate what we stand for, what makes us unique. We reminded ourselves of who we are. We are AB InBev. Dreaming big is in our DNA. Brewing the world's most loved beers, building iconic brands, and creating meaningful experiences is what inspires us. Our people are curious, bold, and resilient. We're ambitious. We see challenges as opportunities. Push boundaries and thrive under pressure. We are owners building a company to last. Empowered to lead real change, deliver results, and grow at the pace of our talent. We work hard, and we win together. This is what Challenge Accepted means to us, and we're proud to bring it to life across our markets globally. AB InBev. Challenge Accepted.
Hi, I'm Raman Parashar, an aspiring marketer, and in 3 quick points, I'll tell you why I am the ideal candidate for your next marketing assignment. I'm really excited about the marriage of marketing with science and technology. I understand and I have been part of the delicate process that starts right from brainstorming to research to implementation, and then finally reporting of a marketing campaign, and also designing digital graphics, drawing insights from data, and conveying a powerful story through an impactful content are the 3 activities that gets me out of bed every morning. I drive innovation and personal growth. I'm always striving to be a better person and connect with people from different cultures, and I'm always looking for something to learn. When I see an opportunity, I take it. My creative ideas are endless. Now, although I'm really excited to learn and absorb in the new role that I'll have, I'm equally excited to bring my own fresh creative ideas to the table every time and be in a collaborative environment to be able to do so.
Hello, my name is Kalales and I'm from France. I'm studying digital marketing and project management. I'm doing my master's degree in apprenticeship, so it means that I'm working 3 weeks a month for a company. The company for which I'm working for is called Saint-Gobain, and it's an international company. There, I'm working as an international marketing assistant. I have tasks in digital marketing and tasks in communication and business administration. By July, I will graduate, and I'm now looking for a graduate program or a permanent contract for an international company. I would like to relocate as I'm currently working in Paris, and I've always had huge interest in traveling. During my studies, I went to Sweden for 9 months. I did an exchange, and I also did an internship in Canada in Montreal. Thank you.
Challenge accepted. So my favourite thing about AB InBev is that you can go out and you can really drive your own career. So if you've got an idea or if you see a gap within the company, then you can go out and you can look for a solution, no matter what level of the company you're at. So even if you're entry level, you can go out and you can drive it and you can do it. Challenge accepted.
Hi everyone, my name is Yu. You can call me Rebecca. I came from China and currently I'm a student in the University of Nottingham as an MSc marketing student. As a marketing student, I have 3 major industry past internship experience. The first one is in the fast-moving consumer goods company, and second one is in the service industry, and third one is a company in China. I'm seeking for a job in the area of marketing, and I'm also highly interested in business-to-business marketing. In my spare time, I enjoy doing exercise, playing chess, and reading. Well, nice to meet you. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatma Kayed, Palestinian, born and live in Dubai. I've been graduated from my EMBA by May 7, 2020. Currently, I'm working as a business development director for an animation production house based in Dubai, and for my free time, I do business consultancy for a media firm. And now, my key skills are creative storyteller, society content creation, marketing and the business development, analytical and communication skills, creative problem solving, market analysis, and research by using Tableau software. Thank you. Have a great day.
Challenge accepted. Oh man, where to start? Like, this program is fantastic. I can recall our first day on like induction, where I was just blown away. There are people from like, he's from France, I'm from the UK, well based in the UK, and being from South America, surrounded by other individuals from like Germany, Spain. Oh man, ABI's culture. Like I was at work, I'm wearing a t-shirt and like some baggy trousers, but yeah.
It's like a big family.
Challenge accepted.
Hello, my name is Ignacio Andaria.
I'm your host for the virtual conference today, and it's a pleasure to be with Vladimir Vulic, who will be presenting to us on the digital tipping point and the 5 levels of remote work. Before I turn it over to Vladimir, please allow me to introduce him. He is a digital transformation strategist from Montenegro who is in constant pursuit of challenging the status quo. He's the co-founder of Digitize Me, program director of the Spark.me conference, and he teaches transforming business in the digital era at the Kotrugli Business School Executive MBA program. He has been recognized as Project Manager of the Year by the Association of Montenegrin Managers. He has 12 years of experience in teaching strategic management at the University of Montenegro. He is the keynote speaker in 20 countries across 4 continents, from Peru to Taiwan, and 3-time TEDx speaker. Today, we welcome Vladimir to speak with us about the 5 levels of remote work, and I cannot think of a more relevant time than now for his talk. Welcome, Vladimir.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the lovely introduction, and especially a big thank you for pronouncing my last name perfectly well.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my topic for today is the digital tipping point and the 5 levels of remote work. And usually when you hear the term, the tipping point, the first thing that comes to your mind is the best-selling book by Malcolm Gladwell. In his book, Gladwell defines the tipping point as the moment of critical mass, the threshold, the boiling point. But Malcolm only made the tipping point world popular. He didn't actually coin the term, and he didn't define the term. The term was defined by other scientists, Morton Grodzins, about 40 years before Gladwell, and he said that the tipping point is a point in time when a group rapidly and dramatically changes its behavior by widely adopting a previously rare practice. So now let's rewind and let's step back in time to 1989 and see what has happened in 1989, what events were there that could serve as the tipping point, and what kind of digital tipping point am I actually referring to? So the first thing that comes to your mind for sure is the opening of the Berlin Wall, which then led to the fall of the Berlin Wall, which then eventually led to the fall of different communist countries in Central and Eastern Europe. The next thing that you will probably think of is the Tiananmen Square protests. Well, we all know how this ended up. Well, then there's a famous essay from 1992 by Francis Fukuyama, The End of History, which later became the best-selling book. And it's actually one of the most influential business books in the past 30 years. Then there's the Exxon Valdez oil spill. At the time, that was the biggest ecological catastrophe in human history. So Exxon Valdez oil tanker spilled near the coast of Alaska, and even up to nowadays, we can feel the ecological consequences of that event. If you're a geek like I am, then you will for sure remember the first installment of the initial Batman film series that was released. At the time, it was the 5th biggest, highest grossing movie in history, which then paved way for other superheroes movies. And then obviously, if you're a fan of Taylor Swift was born in 1989. I just had to put this one in. However, if you're into digital, like I am, then the first thing that definitely came into your mind was that the fact that Sir Tim Berners-Lee wrote an internal memo in CERN that would later on become the World Wide Web. So World Wide Web was not invented in 1989, but the theoretical framework was set up in that year. However, all these things are actually tipping points for some of the things to come. But I wasn't thinking and referring to any of these when I said the digital tipping point. So what's the one digital tipping point I was referring to? Well, in 1989 was the first year in history that we started using the term network more than the term machine. And we call that the end of the machine age of human cognition. So why is that important? Because we use machine as a metaphor for the way how things operate, how businesses operate, how cities operate, and how the whole governments operate. For us, until 1989, machine was a magical thing that we used to describe how things work. From 1989, it begins the network age of human cognition. So for us, networks started becoming things, how we create value and how we capture value. And then there's Metcalfe's law, which says that the value of network is proportional to the square of the number of users. So if the number of users is n, then the value of the network is n squared, which means that the costs are growing linearly and the value of the network is growing exponentially. So more the network grows, the bigger profit it makes. And it's very easy to scale. And this is the reason why in today's economy, out of top 10 largest corporations by market capitalization, 7 of them are ICT companies. Companies which are using network effects to grow. And out of these 7, 5 were founded after 1989. So after the tipping point I've just described. So now let's forward to present moment. The world is currently under the COVID-19 pandemic. So what is going on? So what the beep is going on in today's world? Well, it turns out that 2020, there was not just a single what the beep moment, it was a series of WTF moments. So every single day has been a new WTF moment. So let's see what I'm talking about. Well, in February 2020, the US had the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. And then in April 2020, the US had the highest unemployment rate in 80 years. So from lowest unemployment to highest unemployment in only 2 months. That's the world we're living right now. And then as the New York Times published, we are basically witnessing 10 years of change compressed in a single week. So that's a doctor from London speaking. 10 years of change compressed in 1 week. And as Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said, we have seen 2 years worth of digital transformation in just 2 months. And then as the Novartis pharma giant said, we had a 2-year rollout plan for Microsoft Teams, which was accelerated to just 2 weeks. So digital transformation, which was set for 2 weeks, 2 years, happened in only just 2 weeks. And you have all seen this cartoon comic circulate around social media. It said, who led the digital transformation of your company? CEO, CIO, CTO, and obviously there's only one correct answer, and it is COVID-19, as we have seen from previous slides. And then arguably this cartoon describes the best what is going on in today's world. So there's a board meeting and the big boss is saying digital transformation is years away. I don't see our company having to change anytime soon. And then on the outside, there's COVID-19 singing Miley Cyrus's I came in like a wrecking ball and destroying literally everything we are trying to build. So when you think of the term, I don't see our company having to change anytime soon, you should think of Primark. So Primark, a huge retail giant, went from making 650 million pounds a month to basically £0 in April and May. Why? Because even up to year 2020, Primark doesn't have a web shop. You cannot buy things from Primark online. You cannot order delivery and you cannot order in-store pickup. And you know that Simpsons basically predicted everything that's happening on in the world. And this is one of the things they predicted. So it's important for you to see just a tiny fraction of my world, which is clean, and keep it clean, and then the rest of the room can be a total mess. The one thing they didn't predict is that they called it Skype zone. Obviously, nowadays we know it as the Zoom zone. And Zoom has exploded from just 10 million users in December to 300 million users in April. So that's a 30 times increase in users in just 5 months. Astonishing. It's even more astonishing when you realize that the value of Zoom is higher than the value of 7 biggest airlines combined. So a single app and 7 biggest airlines in the world combined, and Zoom still beats them when it comes to value. That's the world we're living in right now. And then Sharon said on Twitter, I was gonna let my skincare routine lapse a little during this quarantine, but I've never been more on camera in my life. And to tell you the truth, I feel your pain, Sharon. But for some companies, that was an opportunity. For example, L'Oreal partnered with Snap Lenses to introduce world's first beauty branded filters for video conferencing platforms. So if you're not sure how you're gonna look on your video conference, next video conference, just install and use L'Oreal filters. So the reason why I look so good today is thanks to L'Oreal. Obviously not, because you can see I'm not nearly looking as good as I should be if I was using the product. And it was not just us saying that we are all wearing pants these days. It's that Walmart has actually released results, sales results, that the sales of tops are actually selling much better than the sales of pants and bottoms. Why? Well, because We are all doing what this poor old guy from Good Morning America is doing. So the presenter was in his underwear and he had his top, not knowing that the camera is actually showing his underwear. What we are witnessing at the moment is the largest workplace experiment ever. So more than 2 billion people are working from home at the moment. When you hear working from home, you probably imagine a glamorous way of life where you can do whenever you want something, wherever you want something, everything is perfect, everything is like you put an Instagram filter on. However, in real life, working from home looks like this. So you're basically struggling to make ends meet and you're basically going crazy. So what is happening on at the moment is that we're actually not working from home. We're at home during a pandemic and trying to work. So what's happening right now is actually not real work from home experience. We are struggling and trying to work during a pandemic from home, and that's a big difference. And now let me present you the 5 levels of remote work as defined by Matt Mullenweg from Automatic, the company behind WordPress. So level 1 means no deliberate action. And that is where most of the companies were prior to COVID-19. So most of us were not working remotely and the companies did nothing to promote remote work, or they actively disencouraged remote work. But then COVID-19 happened and we are now up to level 2, which means that most companies are actually recreating the office online. And when you hear recreating the office online, you're going to say, we are using all the best practices from the office and putting it online. In fact, what we are actually doing is using all the worst practices and putting them online. So we are using the worst thing that can happen in an office, like meetings, and then putting them on Zoom. So it looks like early in the morning, we have a Zoom meeting on whether to call a Zoom meeting during the day. Then we have a Zoom meeting to plan the next Zoom meeting. And then we have the meeting to get the stakeholder buy-in before the meeting. Then we have the actual meeting. Then we have meeting after the meeting, meeting after the meeting after the meeting, and then a meeting to plan for tomorrow's meetings. So we basically spend all of our days in meetings. And when do people get work done? I really cannot understand. The second worst thing that we copied are micromanagers. So you probably are aware of this guy who was made famous by the cult movie Office Space. Well, if you think he's the worst micromanager ever, you need to find out what the remote micromanagers are like. That's like micromanagers on steroids. And this is a mail at Wall Street Journal to the employees. You need to respond on Slack and Google Hangouts within just a few minutes. If you leave your computer, you need to let your manager know. Your cell phone has to be readily accessible. You need to pick up the phone on the first ring. You need to have your camera turned on, and so on, and so on, and so on. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Now, there are remote work software, which is basically a euphemism for surveillance software, which tracks every single thing the employees do. For example, your login time, your log off time, the number of emails you've sent, the amount of time you spend being idle. Your camera is making continuous screenshots of you in order for your manager to know if you are in front of your computer and if you are doing work. And the worst thing, there are specific words that when you type, for example, job search, that your camera does a screenshot and sends it to your manager. So if you're trying to find a new job, your manager will know it. So it's not just about changing technology. It's about changing our mindset and about changing the way we do work. When we introduced the new technology 100 and something years ago, electricity, it took us 30 years to get the full productivity benefits of electricity. So just exchanging office work for remote work is not going to make enough benefits unless we change the way we work, because we now have 21st century technology, but it is built on top of 19th century management principles. And in order for any digital transformation project to be successful, technology is just 30% of it. Management, the way we do things, culture is actually 70% of it. Now we are up to level 3, adapting to the medium. So we are finally starting to use some things which are online only, like collaboration tools, Google Docs, Google Sheets, like cloud storage systems, like Slack, instant messaging, and other stuff. However, we are still not using the full benefits of remote work, and that's asynchronous communication. So that means I can communicate with you and I can do my work when I feel the need to do it in the best way possible. At the time when I'm most productive, I will do my work and I will communicate with you. Asynchronous. So the traditional working schedule, 7 to 3, 8 to 4, 9 to 5, needs to die in order for asynchronous communication to happen. However, in order for that to happen, we need to move mentally from the old command and control model, from level 2, to trust and track in level 4. So you need to put your trust in your employees, in your team, and not to track their behavior, their time, and their work routine, but track their output, their results. You shouldn't care when, where, and how I do my work as long as I deliver. So when you're asked, what's the ultimate remote work policy? It's just one word, and that's trust. Put your trust in your team, enable them to work remotely, and you will see magic will happen. And we're finally up to level 5, which is called Nirvana, which Matt Mullenweg says that even automatic hasn't reached yet. And Nirvana means that the company working remotely is actually more productive than any company in the physical world could ever be. So level 5 is still a vision. We're still not there, but it's something that we are striving to. And for the end, I will leave you with 2 recommendations for the books. If you're interested in finding out more about remote work, I would recommend 2 books. The first one is The Year Without Pants by my dear friend Scott Birken, who spent 1 year working at WordPress.com in order to write this book. And the other one is a New York Times bestseller, Remote, from Jason Fried and his colleague David Heinemeier, from founders of 37 Singles. Thank you for your time. I hope this was helpful when it comes to remote work. And I hope now that there will be some questions from your side, and I'm really looking forward to chatting with Amber.
Excellent, Vladimir. Thank you so much. Extremely helpful. And as I said, relevant. Wow. More than 2 billion working from home these days. And as you said, at home during a pandemic and trying to work. So something that so many of us can absolutely identify with. We do have several questions from the audience today. First of all, it would be, how would you recommend escaping the never-ending meeting days? And this person went on to have a second part. What if you skip the meeting and then you're suddenly not in the loop anymore? So how do we get out of that cycle of those never-ending meetings? As you said, the Zoom, to discuss the next Zoom, the next meeting, the next meeting. What are your thoughts?
There's an infamous, as he said, there's an infamous meeting cycle, but there's even an infamous more infamous meetings email cycle, which goes like this. We are in an email thread, which is going on for ages. And then I say, okay, it will be much easier and shorter if we jump on a Zoom call. And then Zoom call takes so long that I say, okay, this is taking too long. Let me just write you an email. And then we're back to communicating by email. And then email takes too long, and then we're back on Zoom. And this is actually a never-ending cycle. I will tell you a personal example. As you said in my introduction, I'm a program director of Spark.me conference. And for the 2.5 years of running the conference, we didn't have a single meeting. When I say a single meeting, I mean both offline, physical meeting, because at the time I was based in Moscow, in Russia. Members of my team were also around the world. So there was not a possibility for a physical meeting, but we weren't even having Zoom meetings or Skype meetings at the time. How do you do it? Well, it's important to enable asynchronous communication. So you do your part of the work, and you need to spell it out for me in an online collaboration platform. What do you expect from me, and by when? What's the deadline? So you need to deliver A, and you need to get it done by B. I will do that work when I feel I'm most productive. But when I'm done, I will inform you that the work is done, and what I need from you or for others, members of the team, to continue and to make everything happen. Tools like Slack especially help because there is a written backlog of what has been said, what has been promised, and what has been delivered. I also recommend use, for example, Trello for project management. And then it obviously takes some time for teammates to get used to this way of work. But trust me, the amount of time you will save by not having meetings, unless they're really important, is astonishing.
Excellent response to that, Vladimir. Now, we are receiving some excellent questions here from the audience. Could Vladimir give his ideas on how HR management will need to change to cope with the reality of working post-COVID-19? And how are HR managers going to cope with new mental diseases, for example, and help the company spot those while employees are working isolated physically away from the office?
Being an HR manager has always been a tough job. However, being an HR management during a pandemic is an extremely tough job. And I feel really sorry for all the people who have to do it and who are doing tremendous things. I work with a lot of different clients, and the situations they're in are completely different. For example, some of my clients didn't have any infrastructure when it came to remote work. So before the pandemic, they didn't allow remote work. They didn't even have enough laptops for all the employees. They weren't subscribed to Zoom. They weren't subscribed to Slack. Their firewall wouldn't allow you to use any Google collaboration tools. So getting in remote work was very hard for them. However, some of my clients have been practicing remote work for many years now. For example, one of them has each employee can pick one day of the week when they can work remotely. So for some, it was a much easier transition than for the others. The worst thing that is happening is psychological safety and mental issues. It's very tough, even for people who are used to this, because as I've said, this is not remote work. This is struggling to work remotely during a pandemic. So our minds are somewhere else. I saw a statistic this morning that the number of mental issues and mental illnesses is growing astonishingly, even up to 30%. So I believe that one of the things HR managers and companies could do is actually provide counseling free of charge to their employees. One of the things we did within the UNICEF Innovation Laboratory, so that's a UNICEF initiative that my NGO is implementing in Montenegro is actually doing psychological counseling, online free psychological counseling for all the high school kids and for all the students that feel the problems working. The other thing we did is launch an initiative called Study Buddy. It's an online platform where you, as a student, you can sign up to be a mentor. And then as a student, you can sign up to be a trainee. So students are using digital tech, our platform, to connect with each other and actually provide help one to another.
Very good, Vladimir. Another question on a longer perspective, don't you think more companies increasing the work from home strategies to save costs will impact employee morale?
Let's say that's one of the things that people who have been doing remote work weren't thinking initially. So the basic idea before original remote work was not saving costs. It was allowing you to source talent from all over the world and allowing people to work asynchronously. Unfortunately, what is happening on even as we speak is that companies are using COVID-19 pandemic as a perfect excuse to cut costs, which means they are now allowing you to work forever remotely, but then, as Facebook already said, cutting back on your salary because now you will not need to move to Silicon Valley. So unfortunately, this is one thing that companies are actually, so they're outsourcing physical work to remote work, which means they're aggressively cutting costs. On the other hand, I see this as a great opportunity for companies who have purpose to actually be able to source more talent, because there will be a lot of people unhappy with the procedures some of the corporations are doing, which will help them make a transition to companies with purpose, companies who actually take care of their employees and who care about their employees.
Excellent, Vladimir. So with that, we will finalize this segment. Thank you so much for your invaluable insight and advice, certainly extremely applicable to those working from home and for our organizations in leadership these days. Thank you once again for joining us for the season finale.
Thank you, Amber. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been a great experience for me, and I look forward to continuing the conversation on social media. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, for our audience, after a brief commercial break, we will be back with Maria Moragianis, who will be doing a segment on how to speak to the camera, executive presence online. See you shortly after the commercial break. Thank you.
Challenge accepted. So my favourite thing about AB and Bev is that you can go out and you can really drive your own career. So if you've got an idea or if you see a gap within the company, then you can go out and you can look for a solution, no matter what level of the company you're at. So even if you're entry level, you can go out and you can drive it and you can do it. Challenge accepted.
Hello, yes, this is my name, Camila Rivera. I like to describe myself using these two characters, Dora the Explorer and Steve Jobs. I think Dora's name says it all. Yes, I like to explore, but I'm not only talking about cultures and countries, I'm talking about hobbies and different activities in life. That's why I also mentioned Steve Jobs, because he once said, you don't connect the dots looking forward, you connect the dots looking backwards. That's why I say yes to different opportunities, even if they seem a bit disconnected from my current profession or career, because you never know if it might come in handy in the future. That's why I am a versatile person, and I am a self-starter, because I don't like to wait for people to tell me what to do. I like to take initiative. I'm actually an engineer currently doing a master's degree in management in France, and actually the explorer in me took me across the Atlantic because I am an island girl from the Dominican Republic. I hope this video only wants to make you know a bit more about me. I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Beatriz Gomez Luengo, and I am currently finishing a double degree in Business Administration and Law at CUNEF University in Madrid. In my previous experience as an investment projects like my university's finance association, and my hobbies are mainly horse riding and music.
It started with a challenge to elevate our voice, to stand out from the crowd, to communicate what we stand for, what makes us unique. We reminded ourselves of who we are. We are AB InBev. Dreaming big is in our DNA. Brewing the world's most loved beers, building iconic brands, and creating meaningful experiences is what inspires us. Our people are curious, bold, and resilient. We're ambitious. We see challenges as opportunities. Push boundaries and thrive under pressure. We are owners building a company to last. Empowered to lead real change, deliver results, and grow at the pace of our talent. We work hard, and we win together. This is what Challenge Accepted means to us, and we're proud to bring it to life across our markets globally. AB InBev. Challenge Accepted.
everyone, and welcome back to the live virtual conference. My name is Amber Wigmore-Alvarez, Chief Innovation Officer of Hired EFMD, and it's a pleasure to introduce you to Maria Marangianis for the session on executive presence online, how to speak to the camera. Now, before I hand it over to Maria, allow me to introduce her. Maria is a career strategist with 20 years of experience in training and development, talent management, senior level recruitment, and executive coaching. She designs and delivers trainings and seminars for university students and executives, specializing in presentation skills, effective networking, personal branding, executive presence, CV cover letter writing, interview preparation, and career strategy. She also has a background in executive search from Egon Zehnder International, identifying talent for a specific set of defined core competencies and placing the right candidate in the right position. Maria is currently Director of Careers and Alumni at Alba Graduate Business School since 2008 at the American College of Greece in Greece and Athens, sharing her business background with aspiring students eager to begin, change, or improve their careers. At the same time, she's a qualified executive coach, and she's passionate about public speaking, preparing her students and coachees for the future of careers, taking risks, and promoting synergies. Without further ado, Maria, it's all yours.
Thank you, Amber. I'm very excited to be a part of the season finale of the EFMD Virtual Careers Fair Conference powered by Hired, and to connect with so much talent from the leading universities and business schools around the world. Now, whether you have been participating in virtual meetings for years or recently just started these past few months, it's really important to realize that a virtual meeting or a conference isn't just a meeting or a conference over video. Rather, it's a much more experiential experience. It's much more interactive, and it requires you to change your perspective, to adapt your tactics and your habits so as to make it work most effectively for you. Now, for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to show you how to look and sound much more professional on camera so that during your next video conference or presentation or online interview, you exude a more powerful presence and be much more impactful by focusing on 4 major points. First, on how to eliminate external distractions. Second, how to use the appropriate body language. Third, how to appear more natural on camera. And finally, fourth, how to attend to those technical details. So let's jump right into it. First and foremost, how do you iron out those external distractions? How do you eliminate them? Now, it's impossible to completely control your environment, but there are steps you can take to minimize those external distractions. And although they may seem very obvious to you, it's something that we're all guilty of. For the past few months where we're engaging more in virtual communication, most of us are guilty of them or we've seen each other do them. So first and foremost, it's important to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Just remember to unmute it when you're ready to chime into the discussion or when it's time for you to speak. Second, I would advise you to keep your phones on silent, not on vibrating mode. It's extremely disruptive to speak and to have your phone ring. And I would actually advise you to keep it off completely so as to avoid being distracted by the notifications. It's also unprofessional to pick up your phone, even though it may not show on screen, while someone else is speaking, and you might be a bit bored and you're disengaged, you're not paying attention. So you start scrolling. To the watchful eye, your audience will notice that your gaze is lowered and that there's a glow on your face. So I would recommend you keep it off completely so as to avoid looking unprofessional. Find a quiet room and shut the door. You want to eliminate all external noise. If it's impossible to not share a room with someone, then invest in a good headset and microphone. You want to eliminate as much of the outside noise as possible. So to recap, regarding step 1, how to eliminate those external distractions, you want to mute yourself when you're not speaking, keep your phone on silent or turn it off completely, and finally find a quiet room and shut the door. With regards to step 2, It's extremely important to use the appropriate body language, not only when you're speaking face-to-face, but primarily in a virtual setting, because it will enhance it would help to get your points across more effectively, and it will make you seem more authoritative and have that professional presence. Now, we can all agree that maintaining good eye contact is vital in face-to-face communication because it connects us with our speakers. It creates a relationship, more trust between the speakers. Now, it's equally important to maintain that eye contact in a virtual setting, but how do we do it? By focusing directly on the camera, looking at the lens, looking at that black dot, especially in a formal context. So when you are conducting an online interview or an online presentation, keep your eyes on the lens. It allows for more impactful communication, and it makes your viewers feel as if you're looking directly at them, as opposed to looking at your screen. Can you see the difference? Now, again, it depends on the context. So if you are in an informal setting, maybe a staff meeting or virtual drinks with your colleagues and your friends, it's okay to look at the screen so that you feel more connected. You don't feel so detached as a speaker by looking at that dot. Do you see the difference? I'm looking at my camera and now I'm looking at my screen. Also, I would recommend to avoid looking at yourself in the image of yourself because it can distract you. So either minimize it or turn it off completely. Focus on that black dot to increase your presence and your authority. There is a misconception that people will not, because we're in a remote space and we're not in the same space with the other participants on the call, that they can't see our movements. This is not true. People will see as much movement that you make depending on the positioning of your camera. I would assume that they see everything so that you can remain alert and focused and you can exude that professionalism. Now, chances are because you will be seated, they will see only the upper part of your body, which means they will see your hands. So you want to use them as you do in your face-to-face communication to enhance your communication, your virtual communication, and to help you get your points across more effectively. Now, just as in face-to-face communication, your hands will enhance your communication, but they can also hinder it, especially if you come from a Mediterranean culture, because hands have a life of their own. So you need to know how to use them to help your communication and not hinder it. So use them sparingly. Now, some suggestions for online hand gestures. You can use your hands to help push your points forward, to show a number sequence, so first proposal, second, third, perhaps to quantify or qualify things. For example, the number of applicants, of international applicants at ALBA increased greatly in September, or the unemployment rate in Greece, there was a slight decrease in June, hopefully. Use them sparingly, use them accordingly, and especially avoid pointing on camera because it's a bit aggressive. So use hands to enhance and not hinder your communication. Now, in addition to hand gestures, positioning your body strategically can also enhance your virtual communication and help you to seem more professional and appear that you are completely engaged when other people are speaking. Now, I would recommend positioning your camera so that you're not too far and not too close. Sit on the front half of your chair so that your diaphragm remains open and it projects your voice more clearly and louder. Also, be alert of your posture. Make sure your back is straight, you're sitting leaning a bit forward, and your shoulders are relaxed. Avoid the temptation of sitting back in your chair because you can look disengaged, this looks careless, and it definitely does not exude professionalism. It's sloppy. So always maintain that professional stance. So to recap, with regards to the second point, using appropriate body language, focus on the lens, look at your camera to engage your audience and to show that you have that direct eye contact with them. Your arguments, your discussion, your presentation will be much more impactful. Remain within the frame of your video. So when you're using the hand gestures to enhance your communication, Make sure they remain within that frame and they're not too expensive because it will look awkward. And finally, position your body strategically so that it enhances your presence, it makes you look more confident, and helps you appear to be alert and engaged when other people are speaking. The third point, how to appear more natural on camera. Now, just as in face-to-face communication, it's extremely important when you're preparing, for example, for a presentation, to know your audience. You need to know your audience, your target audience, when you are communicating virtually. But there's a difference. Your audience is your camera, so you need to focus on your camera. Now, I realize as a speaker, it's a bit awkward and uncomfortable because it detaches you from that human contact. Now, you can focus, for example, on a person, the image of a friend or a colleague, so that it humanizes it more for you. Or you can do what I did a few months ago when Greece went on lockdown and Alba had to shut down. So we moved from live trainings to virtual. And it was extremely, my students, if they're on the call, they can attest to it. It was extremely difficult for me when sharing my presentation, and I wasn't able to see their faces because I'm an extrovert and I really connect with my students. I want to see their faces, I want to interact with them. So it was extremely difficult. So what did I do? My students don't know this, so I'm giving myself away. I printed a photo of my students in the Alba Auditorium when I was from one of my live trainings and situated it right behind my laptop, just above the camera, so that I'm at the eye level of my camera, to make me feel as if I was in that auditorium with my students, and to make me feel less detached. Now, 3 months later, I've practiced and it's very easy for me. I don't need the photographs, so it's much easier for me to look at the camera. It just comes naturally. So I would urge you to use what works for you and really practice focusing into the camera to increase your impact. You need to pace yourself, just as you do in your face-to-face presentations and your face-to-face communication. When we speak virtually, we tend to speed up our pace because we're nervous, because of that lack of human contact. So remind yourself to slow down, try to listen to your voice, and maybe engage in some breathing exercises before you begin your presentation or your online interview or your meeting, to relax yourself, to calm yourself down and slow down your speech. Remember, people are there to hear your message and not be distracted by what you wear. So dress to impress and not to distract. I would highly recommend you dress professionally when in a formal setting, and not just from your upper body. I know that a lot of us were wearing gym sweatpants or pajamas during the lockdown, but I would highly recommend when you're in a formal setting, in a professional setting, you're presenting or an online interview, you dress from head to toe professionally. That will help you exude that executive presence and the professionalism. So, and you might have to stand up. So if I were to stand up and show sweatpants or pajamas, it would not look professional. So head to toe. Now, there are certain colors that you can wear to liven up your appearance and enhance your image, your virtual image or online, your camera experience. I would highly recommend bright colors like jewel colors, ruby red, sapphire blue, emerald green, to liven up your image. Avoid the darker colors and the black and white contrast, especially white because it will whitewash your face. Avoid stripes, floral patterns, loud patterns, polka dots. You want to keep it simple, and definitely avoid satin or silk because it may shimmer when you move. Finally, monitor yourself. When we communicate, whether virtually or face-to-face, we sometimes may engage in some twitches or some awkward behavior. Some people play with their hair, they may play with their rings, touch their face, scratch their head, or even use filler words like, you know. The only way to realize what you're doing is to monitor yourself. So either, thankfully, we have technology that makes it easy, record yourself, practice, repeat, monitor, or get someone whom you value who's a few steps ahead of you in your career or an excellent communicator, whether virtually or live, and ask them for constructive feedback. It's really important in order to realize what you do to watch, and in order to eliminate the behavior, you have to be aware of it. So watch yourself, monitor yourself, practice, repeat. Now, to wrap up the third point, how to appear more natural on camera, what did we speak about? Remember, the camera is your target audience. Focus on the camera, no matter how uncomfortable it feels. Remember to pace yourself. Slow it down if you're speaking too fast. You could engage in some breathing exercises to help you calm your nerves and eliminate that anxiety. Dress to impress, not to distract your audience. And finally, watch yourself. Monitor yourself. Practice, repeat. Practice, practice, practice. I think my students out there will remember this as a mantra. The fourth and final point is attending to those technical details. Now, proximity is really important in helping you enhance your presence on camera. So you need to position your camera correctly. As I said before, you don't want to be too far from the screen or too close. So what you need to do is prepare in advance, just as you do in your face-to-face presentations or communication. So play around with your camera, find the right position that flatters you. You can also elevate it. So if you have a laptop, as opposed to leaving it on the surface or on your desk, use a stand. If you could see my laptop right now, it's on a stand. Or use a stack of books or some crates or boxes so that your camera is at eye level. This is a much more straightforward image and flattering image as opposed to it being on your desk and the angle is bottom up. So you want to maintain that eye contact so that it's at your eye level. Be alert of your background. Now, while all of us have been on lockdown these past couple of months, we've been into each other's homes and seen some crazy backgrounds. You want to, because this is all about maintaining that professional stance and presence, your background should exude it as well. So you want to keep it simple and clean and clear. So be wary of your background. Make sure it's professional. Now, a lot of these digital platforms have a virtual background you can add, but sometimes it doesn't work so well unless you have a green screen. So make sure, be wary and make it professional. Lighting is extremely important and it will help you improve your image on camera, good lighting. Make sure natural light is the best. So find a room with a window and make sure that it's not, the window isn't behind you because it will cast a dark shadow over your face. The best spot is in front of the window, but make sure that the sun doesn't blind you or towards the side on your room.
I love football. This is Johan Kruijs, and my team is Ajax.
It flatters me as opposed to
you have to go that far in history to see what Ajax is.
If you are in a room where there is no natural light and you need artificial lighting, then make sure the light, the lamp
of change compressed in one.
Get hooked on that defining both a professional
clear audio, and you need to test it in advance. So make sure you call someone before your meeting, before your presentation or your interview, to test your audio equipment so that it's crisp and clear. And if it's noisy, if you have to share a room, as I said earlier, then invest in a good headset. Make sure to shut the windows, keep your phone off, shut any music, and adjust your equipment accordingly so as to enhance the audio. So to recap regarding the technical details, proximity really affects your image on camera. So make sure to position your camera correctly and frame yourself wisely. Be mindful of your background. Remember, it's all about executive presence. It's about exuding that professionalism. So your background should be professional as well. Ensure that your lighting and your audio helps to enhance the way you look and sound. So, to wrap up, what did we speak about today? Just to remind you before we go into questions. We talked about 4 steps to help you look and sound better on camera. First, how to eliminate those external distractions. Second, how to use body language, the appropriate body language. Third, how to look more natural on camera. And fourth, how to attend to those technical details. Before we break for questions, let me just remind you that any good presentation requires preparation. Preparation is key. So whether you're presenting in person or virtually, you need to prepare beforehand. There are a lot of external distractions and disruptions that may occur suddenly, which you can't control. There are things that you can. So make sure to take control whatever it is that you can, and prepare beforehand. Thank you for listening. Amber, I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Maria. Great tips. I especially like having that photograph there just behind the camera so you can engage and you feel like you're interacting. That really makes a huge difference. For people who struggle being there alone, not having that audience when you're used to playing off of an audience, and especially effective your advice about pacing yourself, slow it down, slow yourself down. We have many non-native speakers in our audience, and that's especially good advice for non-native speakers, because when they slow things down, things do come out more clearly, especially in the elevator pitches, as we've seen with our candidates who submitted for the Pitch Perfect Challenge.
Great. I watched them this morning. Fantastic.
Great. Thank you. And also the dress from head to toe professionally. You see so many these days that are just from the top up, but very important because it truly does, I believe, have an effect. I completely agree with you, effect on your overall executive presence and how you carry yourself and how you come across in an interview situation, for example. So I have some tips, and you talked about the white. So it seems like I'm probably looking whitewashed today, in between that advice.
And you have the color inside. You have the color, so you have the fuchsia and you have the purple. So that's great. It enhances. You look fantastic.
Perfect. Thank you. So we do have a question from the audience, and it would be, would you recommend to turn the video or remove the video of yourself during an interview? What are your recommendations with regards to video on or off during an interview?
I think that it would make me nervous if I were interviewing and watching my image. So I would shut it completely. I would turn it off so that I'm not focusing, and I resist the temptation of looking at the image. Now, I just did this. I just noticed that I did this while you were talking. I was looking at you as opposed to looking directly at the camera. So if I were interviewing, even for the experienced communicator, you fall into that trap of looking at yourself because you get nervous, you're anxious. So I would recommend you keep it off. If you're in full control and you're able to just use your peripheral vision to check your frame and make sure you're within the frame and everything is okay, then it's fine. But I don't think we do that. I think we would focus, we would lose sight of the camera, and it may look unprofessional, especially when your recruiter is across from you and everything counts. They watch all the details.
Yes, no, so true. And you're right. Even effective communicators and seasoned veterans when it comes to public speaking these days, you struggle between looking at the camera, especially when it's an external camera, and watching the people in their body language, as we have been so often taught to do. Now, one final question for you from the audience. It is about the prepare, practice, and rehearse. You talk about rehearsing and practicing. Any specific advice, the best way to do that, the rehearse, any specific platforms that you recommend for that? How should they go about that?
I think the same applies for virtual presentations or interviews as in face-to-face. What I tell my students, because I also teach the presentation skills class at our school, and what I tell them is literally dissect your presentation, whatever it is that you're preparing, and learn it by heart and practice it more and more so that you really own the content. And by owning the content, a lot of my students say, well, Ms. Moragami, it may look rehearsed. I disagree. If you own the content, then you're able to focus on your presence, on your body language. So literally dissect it, learn it by heart, practice it in front of someone, use your digital platform, whatever it is, call someone and have them watch you and provide you with that feedback. Watch it yourself so you can see what to avoid, what part of the presentation you're not doing so well that needs improvement, and just keep doing that. Practice, 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 watch yourself, get the feedback.
Excellent advice to get our audience to those next stages of the selection process or to advance in their careers. So thank you once again, Maria Maragianis, for your contributions to the season finale.
Thank you. Best of luck to all the candidates. It's such an exciting event. Congratulations. So successful.
Thank you so much. Now, after a short commercial break, we will be back with another TEDx speaker. We will have Jamin Patel, who will be conducting a segment on how to interview like a rock star. See you soon.
Challenge accepted. Oh man, where to start? Like, this program is fantastic. I can recall our first day on like induction, where I was just blown away. There are people from like, he's from France, I'm from the UK, well, based in the UK, and being from South America, surrounded by other individuals from like Germany, Spain. Oh man, ABI is culture. Like I was at work, I'm wearing a t-shirt and like some baggy trousers, but yeah.
It's like a big family.
Challenge accepted.
Hi, my name is Aline and I'm finishing a master in marketing and business strategy. My favorite background experience is in a small supermarket in Brazil, where I had the chance to assist with different management tasks and work with different people, and I learned a lot. After that, I worked in a hotel in Argentina, where I got to know different cultures and had the chance to lead a small group of people. After that, I wanted to evolve to marketing, which is, I believe, my strength. It is something I adore. It's branding. About that, I think my biggest strength is how passionate I am for the people I work with and a company I admire. I'm very good at that. I'm very good at learning. I'm very dedicated, and I don't expect people to explain me every little thing. I go after it, and I think whoever works with me is gonna be lucky to have me.
I'm Damien Bell, 24, French student in Montpellier Business School. In September, I will be graduated of a master's degree in project management and strategy, specialized in sustainable development. I'm also working as a project management officer in Capgemini for a year, and I'm a social entrepreneur. I began to introduce sustainable alternative of coffee after an internship in a cooperative in Costa Rica. So now I'm looking for opportunities around the world as of September, with that aim to make the world a better place. 45 seconds.
It started with a challenge to elevate our voice, to stand out from the crowd, to communicate what we stand for, what makes us unique. We reminded ourselves of who we are. We are AB InBev. Dreaming big is in our DNA. Brewing the world's most loved beers, building iconic brands, and creating meaningful experiences is what inspires us. Our people are curious, bold, and resilient. We're ambitious. We see challenges as opportunities. Push boundaries and thrive under pressure. We are owners building a company to last. Empowered to lead real change, deliver results, and grow at the pace of our talent. We work hard, and we win together. This is what Challenge Accepted means to us, and we're proud to bring it to life across our markets globally. AB InBev. Challenge Accepted.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Espero que se encuentren bien. Mi nombre es Luis Gutiérrez, soy ingeniero industrial y tengo más de 10 años de experiencia trabajando en empresas de distintos sectores, como por ejemplo gran consumo, tecnologías de la información y construcción, siempre en el área de compras y de adquisiciones. El motivo por el cual estoy aquí en España fue para estudiar un máster porque deseaba adquirir nuevas experiencias y conocimientos, tanto profesionales como personales. Quería conocer nuevas culturas y la forma en la que ustedes u otras personas resuelven ciertos problemas. Soy una persona analítica, con gran capacidad de negociación, leal y con un gran sentido de preocupación por la gente. Siempre me gusta tener en cuenta su punto de vista. Por favor, si crees que puedo encajar en tu equipo de trabajo, contáctate conmigo para poder tener una entrevista. El detalle de mis competencias y de mi experiencia laboral lo podrán ver en Storytelling o también en el perfil que está en esta plataforma. Muchas gracias.
Challenge accepted. So my favourite thing about AB and Bev is that you can go out and you can really drive your own career. So if you've got an idea or if you see a gap within the company, then you can go out and you can look for a solution, no matter what level of the company you're at. So even if you're entry level, you can go out and you can drive it and you can do it. Challenge accepted!
My name is Angelica Salinas. I recently finished a master's degree at Lingama Business School, specialized in financial markets. I'm currently working as Sales and Investor Relations Assistant at IBO Capital Partners, a French investment fund dedicated to corporate debt and equities. I report the fund's performance, analyze it, and report to clients in France and all around the world in Spanish, my mother tongue, English, and French. I previously worked as well at CPR Asset Management at the Request for Proposal department. I was in contact with all the different departments in the asset management company. As well, I have a background in corporate finance. I learned about macroeconomics as well as keynote tech. I learned about BBA, especially dedicated to financial modeling. I passed the level 1 CFA exam. I have a really strong international background. I have lived in France for 2 years. I live in Canada 1 year for my language skills, and I went to the United States to represent my country at the CFA Research Center.
Hello, my name is Ruben. I am from Singapore and I am currently finishing up my degree in management at the Trinity Business School in Dublin, Ireland. I have over 4 years of work experience in communications, public engagement, public relations, events, government relations, as well as private sector engagement, having worked with the United Nations for over 4 years in Bangkok, Thailand. I am now currently seeking a career reorientation within the private sector, and I'm seeking people-centered opportunities. And I believe I have a lot of transferable skills that will be of use to many companies, having worked with many different stakeholders such as companies, governments, the public, and smaller organizations such as NGOs. All these experiences have given me very good insight on intercultural communications, as well as stakeholder management and project management, which I believe will be of benefit to any organization I join. So I look forward to discussing any potential opportunities with you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. My name is Amber Wigmer-Alvarez, Chief Innovation Officer, and it's a pleasure to be your host for the virtual conference of the season finale. We are here now with Jaimin Patel, another TEDx speaker. Jaimin is a speaker, coach, and author of 8 books who has shared his message with thousands around the world. He has spoken at a variety of global corporations, including Morgan Stanley, NBC, BP, Barclays, and New York Life, as well as prestigious schools, including Harvard, Stanford, and the London School of Economics. Jaimin received his MBA from the Tepper School of Business at Carnegie Mellon, and then went on to work as a management consultant at Booz & Company, where he was heavily involved in recruiting. He has been on both sides of the table as an interviewee and interviewer. He has also started 4 companies in 4 different countries. Among other things, Jaimin is a Bollywood dancer and choreographer who once started his own dance company in Australia. He has lived in or visited over 50 countries and all 50 United States states. And he has a passion to understand different cultures around the world. With you all today, Jaimin Patel on how to interview like a rock star. Welcome, Jaimin.
Amber, thank you so much, and so excited to be here. Wonderful to speak to all of you who've been paying attention and tuning in all week long and participating in the career fair. As you find your success in the career fair through the networking, through the online presence that you just heard about with Maria, I want to make sure that you also understand exactly how you can convert all of the amazing exposure that you've gotten over these few days and convert that into an actual offer. And that comes down to the interview and being able to rock the interview. So if I could summarize my entire presentation, I can do so in just 4 words: yes, no, maybe, or rock star. And when that interviewer is sitting down across from you, either virtually or at a table, they're mentally going to place you in one of those 4 buckets. Now, the problem is that we're always told that we should shoot to be a yes candidate. However, if we all try to be a yes candidate, we're not actually doing anything to differentiate ourselves. And so what I want to teach you today is how, when you first sit down at that interview table with that new person, you can actually land directly into that rockstar category and convert that interview into the offer for your dream job that you've been looking for this entire time. All right, sound good? Let's dive in. So I want to go in with real examples. I love teaching with real examples. And I spent over about 4 years being an interviewer for a top management consulting firm. And when I was on the other side of the table and actually making the assessments of candidates, I realized so much. And that's why I wrote my book, Confessions of an Interviewer, because it was seeing that as a candidate, we kind of have one idea of what's going on. But when we're an interviewer, there's another idea of what's really happening. And so take this real example, and it's me and a fellow interviewer. So there are two of us, and we're taking the time through the day to interview 10 candidates. Now, here's what happens, and this is probably what you may experience because you're doing all the recruiting and the video chats and all of this with employers. They're getting lots of connection points with you and a lot of data points. And so when they all go home, what's going to happen is that they're going to have a list of amazing candidates, and they're going to narrow that list down to probably 10, 20, or however many candidates they want to be interviewing. But let me tell you something. If you've all been out there networking and the recruiting team has seen your resumes and seen your background and interacted with you, and you all are working on your star stories and being able to articulate what you bring to the table, then guess what? Every single one of you is already a yes. Honestly, these employers couldn't go wrong hiring any one of you, but they don't want to hire just any one of you. They want to hire the best fit candidate for the job. And so that leaves them in a conundrum. And what you'll see in this real example is exactly that. My interview partner and I were interviewing these 10 students. All 10 of them were absolutely a yes candidate. I couldn't have gone wrong hiring any one of them. 5 of them were rock stars. That means that they went above and beyond. And we both kind of looked at our notes at the end of the day, and we came to the conclusion that those same 5 candidates just did something unique and different that really made them stand out. So we were excited to advance them to the next round of interviews right when our recruiting partner came by and said, hey folks, we're asking each team to advance 3 candidates from the 10 that they interviewed that day. So just imagine, I've just spoken with 10 yes candidates. 5 of them were just absolute rock stars and knocked it out of the park. And now we had to select only 3. So how do we make that decision? Would you like to know and go into the mind of an interviewer to understand exactly what we're looking for in order to make a decision of which 3 are going to move on in the interview process to get the offer? Well, I want to share that with you today. So here's what we're looking for. Of course, at that time, I didn't have a framework or some sort of tool to make a decision. But that moment stood with me. And when I look at that moment and all of the other interview moments that I've had as an interviewer, as an interviewee, and the interviews that I've done with interviewers to understand their process, I came up with a framework that allows you to understand exactly what an interviewer is looking for and how to navigate that and weave that into your stories so that you can stand out from the crowd. You want to see it? Okay, I call it the NICE model, N-I-C-E. And what this stands for is notable, intentional, confident, and enthusiastic. So I'm going to walk through each of these in detail. I like to kind of start from the end and work my way towards the beginning. So if you're taking your notes, we're going to start with the E, enthusiasm. Now you might be thinking, well, of course, Jamin, of course, an interviewer wants to see enthusiasm. They want me to, have good energy and be excited for the position. That's just a surface level. There's actually a deeper level of what we're looking for in candidates. And what we're looking for is through the answers that you're giving us to the questions that we're asking you. Are you able to indicate that you have an enthusiasm to learn and contribute? All right? Because if you're continually talking about your accomplishments and your accolades, and we're not understanding aspects of your personality or the way that you show up for work, this is going to be left on the table. And what happens is that the person who's interviewing you is likely going to be either directly in charge of your development or loosely attached to the development. Now, if I'm going to be interviewing you and all of you have similar capabilities and skill sets and stories, do you think that I'm going to be interested in hiring the one that's a little bit more easier to develop are going to be a little bit more tougher, or a question mark? Of course, it's going to be the one who's easier to develop. And the person who's easier to develop is the person who has an enthusiasm to learn and to contribute. So what does that look like? Well, what that looks like is you can, for example, if you speak more than one language and you've learned different languages, that enthusiasm to learn something new in order to, navigate the world of business globally is a really powerful asset. If you got to your college campus, in your university campus, and you took on a leadership role, and you became president of a club, or VP or something like that, that shows me that you are enthusiastic to contribute. If you have former work experience and maybe you worked in engineering, but you volunteered your time to work with the HR group to help create a new onboarding program for every new hire to get them up to speed quicker, all of these don't have big accomplishments or $1 million cost savings. However, they tell me a tremendous amount about you as a candidate. And once I can understand that you have an enthusiasm to learn and to contribute, then I'm automatically going to be that much more drawn to you. And at the end of the day, when I look at all of the 10 candidates I've interviewed that day, you're going to stand out. All right. So that's enthusiasm, enthusiasm to learn and to contribute. So think about right now, what aspects of your journey, your story, can you raise to the surface and weave into the stories that you're preparing in your interviews to make it very clear that you are a person who goes above and beyond and enjoys learning and enjoys contributing? Because that's going to take you very far in terms of standing out. The next piece here is letter C, which stands for confidence. Once again, you're probably saying, Jamin, of course I need to be confident for an interview. I need to make eye contact. I need to have a strong handshake, good posture. Well, that's all true, but that's just a surface level. When I talk about interviewing, I like to talk about advanced interviewing strategies. So I'm looking at going down to the deeper level. And at the deeper level, what I'm looking for is, do I feel through the answers you're giving me confidence in your ability to get the job done day one? All right. So if I was interviewing Amber, and say Amber and I hired her for a supply chain position. All right. And it's her first week on the job. We're doing a bunch of visits with our supply chain partners, and we have a schedule set where she's going to be just sitting right next to me in each interview to kind of learn the process and political landscape of our partnerships. And all of a sudden, a schedule shift happens, and now 2 interviews are happening at the same time. I have to go to one, and Amber is going to another. It's her first week on the job. Do I feel confident through what you're articulating to me as Amber in the interview that you can go and get the job done day one? Do I feel confident that you can make the right decisions in that you can represent me, represent my company really well? Because if you aren't able to articulate aspects of your story that make me feel confident in you to be able to do the job day one, what's going to happen? Well, I'm going to reach into my handy bag of interview questions, and I'm going to put out what question? We all know it. I'm going to ask you the question, tell me about a time that you faced a challenge, and what did you do to overcome it, and what was the outcome? We all know that this is going to happen. And for an interviewer, if we have to reach that far into the general interview questions and kind of be like, okay, so now can you tell me why I can feel confident in you? At that point, the game is a little bit lost, because I'm kind of pulling out information from you that we both know we want, but had you proactively offered it to me, it automatically would have allowed me to feel that confidence naturally, and our interview could have gone in a much more positive direction. And so, every interviewer is going to want to know this information. It's not broadly advertised, but at the end of the day, this is what we're looking for in candidates. And so how can you proactively potentially bring that to the forefront of your stories? Again, it's not always about the output in terms of I saved millions of dollars or created new partnerships or managed a bigger team, but that there was a challenge within that, and the way that you were resourceful, able to ask for help, make decisions, land on your feet very quickly. Those type of qualities must be presented to me very early on in the interview, so that it sets the tone for how the interview is going to go. All right. So think about right now, what is a situation that you can talk about that would convey that somebody can feel confident in you in facing a challenge day one or week one at your new job? If you're able to convey that proactively early in the interview, it's going to take you that much further and have you stand out from all the other interview candidates who have great backgrounds but aren't leveraging these kind of techniques within the interview process. All right, so that's number two, confidence. Now, the third one is intentionality. And just like the other two, intentionality also has two layers. It has a surface layer and then the depth layer. On the surface layer, in terms of intentionality, what I really want to understand is, why are you in the room with me? Or why are you on this virtual call with me to take an interview? What is your intention for working for my company? And this is one of the things I think is so amazing about the season finale virtual career fair, is that you have so much exposure to these employers that you can really learn about them, interact with them, see which ones are good fits for you, and have a more depth of knowledge around a fit that you might have with a company. Because the number one complaint that I hear from the career centers at a variety of universities from employers is that the interview went well, but that person couldn't really articulate to me why they wanted to work for us. So if your answer to why do you want to work for our company is something along the lines of, well, I really love your brand, I think you're an innovator or leader in your field, I think your culture is really powerful, and I really would love to work for you. That is a bullshit answer. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean anything, because you can literally take any company name and put it and replace it, and the same words can apply. You're an innovator. I love your brand. Your culture is great. So what you really need to do is you need to show true intentionality. We can say, well, I attended all of the events that EFMD hired put on. I got a lot of opportunity to get exposure to your company and learn about you, attend a presentation, talk to a person, have a virtual chat. And through all of this, what I really learned about your company is that you have a work hard, play hard culture. And that work hard, play hard culture is something that makes me really come alive. That's where I really thrive. I love coming into work, getting into teams that are working really hard and have a lot of energy. But then once work is over, we can go out and have a beer or go to happy hour together and we play hard also. So the fact that you have that kind of culture really speaks to what makes me come alive. And that's why I want to work for your company. It's that sort of answer that makes me feel like I can trust your intentions for being in the room, and that you're not just shopping around or collecting offers, because that is something that we as interviewers have seen candidates do. And so the more truth you can bring and the more experience you can bring to your intentionality, the more powerful your interview will go, and the more impact you'll make on the interviewer to help select you for the next round. And the good news is that if you haven't done this yet, tomorrow we have one more full day of recruiting where you have all these opportunities for interacting with your dream company. So make sure you take advantage of that and build some of that rapport, because it's going to translate into what happens in the coming few weeks and months as you go through that interviewing process. Now, that's just the surface level. There's actually a deeper level as well. And the deeper level around interviewing like a rock star is that when I look at your intentionalities, do I trust your intentions to do the right thing? So take the example that I gave earlier with Amber. I've just hired her onto my team to a supply chain role. We're going to visit some of our supply chain partners. We have a bunch of interviews set up. Something shifts, and now she needs to go into an interview on her own very early on. Do I feel confident in her ability to get the job done is just one part of the questions going through my mind. The second part is, do I trust her intentions to do the right thing? Do I trust your intentions to do the right thing? So there are aspects of business that have, some navigation that is required, that might test your moral compass. For example, a supplier might say, well, we have this data that you're looking for, but we cleaned it up a little bit and we have this data instead. Here you go. Do you have enough of that knowledge to know that you want to ask for both sets of data? Or they might say, you know, we're really looking forward to getting this contract. And if we do, you know, we'll be able to take it to this amazing event or something like that, you know, from the sales perspective. You know, how do you ensure that you navigate those situations? And so I want to be able to know that if I bring you onto my team, that I can trust your intentions to do the right thing. And if you don't let me feel that through the questions that you're answering and the stories that you're preparing to as you get ready for your interview and delivering during the interview, well, then what's going to happen? I'm going to reach into my handy bag of interview questions and I'm going to pull out which question. You already probably know what it is because every interviewer is probably going to ask you. The question is, tell me about a time that you faced a moral dilemma or an ethical dilemma. How did you navigate it and what was the outcome and what did you learn? So you know that we're looking for this information, but most interview candidates are just passive. They're passive and they wait and they'll, you know, just sit there and kind of give me some accomplishment or some accolades of what they've done in their resume, and then they'll kind of wait eagerly for this question. But again, you know I'm looking for it. So if you offer it to me proactively, you're already giving me the thing that I'm seeking. If I get that early on, again, I put you into a completely different category because the whole interview feels like I'm talking to someone who's really on top of their game. All right. So what can you bring forth from your experience and put into your star stories or into your other stories you're putting into preparations? Uh, Tell me about yourself, for example. What can you put into that story that allows me to feel that I can trust you to do a good job when I do actually hire you? All right. So that one is intentionality. You with me? All right, great. So let's go on to the final one. This one is notability. But what I mean by notability is that you have something really unique in your journey that stands out. So one story that I like to use is an example from the US. And say there's a candidate who was really into traveling around the world where natural disasters occurred and helping provide healthcare services or handing out kits of food or things to help people who are in those devastated areas. And their story is that they've done that their whole lives, and they came home to the United States in order to take care of their very sick elderly grandma. And as they did that, they saw just how broken the healthcare system is in the United States. And when they saw that, they decided that they wanted to go and get their MBA, Master's in Business in Operations Management, and work in the healthcare sector to help solve some of these challenges that operational are making the system not be able to serve as many people as they'd like. If someone tells me that story, that they have all this global experience being on the ground, this personal story with their grandma and seeing firsthand, and that passion led them to invest in their future and learn new skill sets, and now they want to go do that, that is a notable story, right? So that is really something that stands out to me. Another thing is that if you have relevant experience in what you've done to what you want to go and do, so if you're a graduate student and you're making a career pivot, how do you translate that? That could be a notable story. If you're in your undergraduate studies and maybe you're doing a co-op or an internship or a pro bono consulting project, what are you doing above and beyond that really makes your story notable? Now, if you're wondering, Jamin, I don't have anything specifically in my story that makes me notable. I have a few aspects, but nothing as big as that. Don't worry. If you don't have a specific aspect to your story that makes you super notable, then you can go out and fill that gap between now and the interview. You start getting involved in virtual volunteering. Do you know the United Nations actually lets you volunteer virtually? You can get a lot of great experience that might make your story more notable. But the other thing that you can do is simply focus on the gray letters that are on your screen, the ICE factor. And the ICE factor, this ICE factor, it translates directly to what I refer to as the know, like, and trust factor. If by the end of the interview, I feel like I know you, like you, and trust you, then I will hire you. So if I like your enthusiasm, if I know I can feel confident in you, and I trust your intentions for doing the right thing, then I'm absolutely going to move you forward. So going back to the real example with those 10 candidates, 5 of whom were rock stars and only 3 could be advanced, my interview partner and I had a discussion. And what we talked about was that 2 of those 5 rock stars had very notable stories because they had relevant experience in what they had done before to what they wanted to do with our company. And we knew that our clients would really appreciate that, and they'd be able to bring a lot of wisdom and knowledge firsthand to the work that we do. So those 2 right away were the ones that we felt had a notable story. And there was 3 others left. And at that time, again, I didn't have the NICE framework, but in the discussion, we both had this kind of gut feeling that this one woman specifically stood out amongst the other 2 candidates. It was just somebody that we felt like we really trusted to do a good job. And so she was the one that we advanced. And not only did we advance her, but she ended up getting an offer from our company, was an early promote in the first 2 years of her time there, and it's an absolute rock star at work. And so the more experience your interviewer has, the more those gut feelings translate to success. And the gut feeling is really tied to this ICE factor. So if you take this recommendation and improve your story by incorporating aspects of your ICE factor, it will make you notable and make you the complete NICE package that we're looking for. So let me go over, what will every interviewer ask you? And I'm sure you probably know, but literally almost every interviewer is going to ask you the same set of questions to open up the dialogue. All right, what's the first question they're going to ask you? Tell me about yourself. Exactly. Or walk me through your resume. So they're going to ask you this question so they can hear a little bit about your entire story. This is a great piece to weave in your NICE factor. The second question, why this industry? Why this function? So why are you interested in marketing? Why are you interested in consulting? Why finance? Why healthcare? Why technology? Why supply chain operations, right? So all of those interviewers are going to understand what's drawing you to the type of work that you want to be able to do. So you need to have a strong articulation of that answer. And then finally, they're going to want to say, well, why this company? Why AB InBev? Why McKinsey? Why any of these amazing employers who are part of this virtual career fair or a part of your dream career list? They're going to want to hear that. And again, they're looking for that bit of intentionality with this question. Why do you understand what our company really is like to work at? Not just the brand that we have that our marketing team has created. And do you know what you're getting into, and why do you want to come and work for us? Now, why is it that literally every single interview pretty much begins with these 3 questions? The reason is that I, as an interviewer, am seeking to understand if you're a NICE candidate. This is actually your 5 to 7 minutes to establish your NICE candidacy right away, and allows you to own the tone of the interview. When I was an interviewee, when I was a student, I thought I was at the complete helm of the interviewer. They're going to take me where they want to go. I just had to keep up. And what I learned as an interviewer, and what I'm trying to get across to you today in an interview like a rock star, is that to be the rock star, you need to understand that you can own the tone of the interview. Because if the interview goes, it establishes you as a NICE candidate right at the beginning, then that interview is just going to naturally move on to a great dialogue. Pretty much, I already see you working with me. We're going to have a talk like we would at maybe the cafeteria. But if you're not able to establish your NICE candidacy in those first 5 to 7 minutes, then I'm going to be digging deeper and pulling information from you, reaching into my bag of questions, and it could become a not so fun experience. And that's what people think an interview needs to be. And I want to tell you right now to change your mindset about interviews. Many people view an interviewer as like the guardian at the gate of a castle, and the treasure's up in the tallest tower, and they have to defeat, this monster and get through to their castle to get up to the tower and get the treasure. Instead, I want you to think of the interview as a catapult that's waiting for you right outside the castle gates. And if you can position yourself just right and cut the rope just right, it'll propel you directly to that tower where your treasure lies and get you where you want it to be. It takes some strategy, and it takes some finesse, and it takes being a NICE candidate. All right. So I want to do a very quick, because any interview workshop is never complete without a what to do, what not to do. So you probably already know these, but I would be doing you amiss if I didn't share this with you. First and foremost, keep the conversation going before you begin. Don't wait for the interviewer to say, okay, so there we go. You know, a lot of times I've seen interview candidates kind of waiting like this, and as soon as I begin, then they come to life. So this is a chance for you to build some rapport, especially through a virtual medium. So keep that conversation going, asking questions that can be asked or answered with one word. How are you doing today? Good. Where are you based right now? Germany. So on and so forth. Nothing too crazy. Very simple conversation. Always find a way to sit comfortably. Look at your camera and not your screen. So you'll notice I'm looking at my camera right now. I think Maria probably just covered this as well. So don't be staring at your screen. Try to make it a one-on-one conversation, eye to eye. It really will pack a powerful punch, allowing me to get to know you. Always bring a paper, pen, and a copy of your resume in case they don't have the right stuff. You can mail it to them. We can reference it if there's any surprise casework or something. You want to be prepared, so it can translate to real life, and make sure you have everything you need around you. Obviously, dress well, and what that means is that a blazer really helps. A turtleneck or a V-neck, something that is going to catch in the camera and really show that you've taken the time to dress well. Be on time, which means at least 10 minutes early. If you're any later than that, you are late. Smile and enjoy it, all right? Make sure you enjoy the process. View it as a catapult, and you're about to slice that rope that's gonna take you where you want to be going. Many people
Bear with us, everyone. It looks like we lost Jamin momentarily. Let's see if we can bring him back. In the meantime, feel free to continue sharing any questions that you might have in your live streams that you're following.
Even more connection for you as you go through. And finally, you gotta start and end strong. When you see a train, you remember the engine and the caboose. So you want to bring the ending to a close and reinforce your nice candidacy at the end of the interview as well. So with that, I want to thank you and bring this to a close. Thank you, Amber, and the entire EFMD hired team. I want to leave you with what I refer to as the most important rule of of interviewing. And that is very simply that you've got to be authentic. Remember, you are creating the know, like, and trust factor by establishing your nice candidacy. If you're not being authentic, then I won't be able to create trust with you. So focus on being you, be you fully, and it's my hope that after seeing this short presentation, you'll move forward in the world, no longer settling to just be a maybe or a yes candidate, but instead you'll leverage these tactics and go out there and be rock stars. So thank you all so much, very much appreciate you, and I wish you the best of luck in your interviews. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and let me know how this presentation impacted you if it helps. Thank you so much, and thank you, Amber.
Thank you, Jamin. That was fantastic. Excellent insights and tips for our audience to get them to that next stage of the selection process, and hopefully which so many of their connections will be leading to after the online virtual fairs that they've been participating in. So we have been receiving a number of questions, and I've done a selection here from your presentation. The first one being, hello, Jamin, please share how you finally selected the 3 out of 5 shortlisted candidates that you referred to earlier in your presentation.
Got it. I think I actually did that later on in the presentation. I left a little cliffhanger. So I did say that 2 of them had the relevant experience that made them notable. So we selected those 2. And out of the final 3, the one that we chose was that gut feeling, that know, like, and trust. Again, we couldn't articulate it at that time this way, but now with this framework, which many employers are utilizing for their own interview process, it is, well, to what extent do you feel like you knew, you liked, and you trusted that candidate? And that woman was the one who stood out and also went on to have great success at my company after she made it through the interview round and got hired.
Fantastic. and excellent the coining of the nice term that you have. And we have a question about nice, and it's how can you be nice when the first contact is a chat?
So say that one more time. How can it be nice when the first contact is a chat?
Yes, so the acronym that you detailed and went and explained, the NICE, how can you embody that? How can you do that and be nice in that sense when the first contacts these days are potentially a chat with the recruiters?
Totally, yeah. So you talk about how does nice translate into networking when you're not
Yes.
in a formal interview setting and somebody's across from you ready to hire you or not.
Online networking, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So for online networking, the way that I think about it is that we're all multifaceted individuals with decades of experience on this planet. When we talk to somebody new, there are a multitude of things that we can talk about. And the things that I recommend you talk about are the ones that establish your nice candidacy. So if you're having a chat and just a dialogue, an example you can ask is say, I'm someone who really likes to get involved in the places where I work. What kind of affinity groups or young professional networks does your company have? What just happened there? I'm asking a question in the chat around, the employee resource groups or affinity groups as they're known, the young professional network. But through that, I'm indicating that I have a natural enthusiasm to contribute. You see what I'm saying? So you want to bring forth aspects within the chat. The chat is not just chat, chat, chat. There should be some strategy for the chat as well. And hopefully nice will give you a framework. Write down under each of those letters something about yourself, 2 or 3 things that you're reinforcing, go back to those 4 letters, and then make those part of your chat dialogue after you get to know the person a little bit.
Excellent. Now we have one final question and very relevant for these days. This question comes from a member of the audience in Peru who has been hearing about an interview question now, which is, how have you spent lockdown? What are your thoughts on that question? And have you heard of this question being asked?
Absolutely. I think it's a great question. As an interviewer, if I was still interviewing with the company, I likely would be asked this question. So that is a brilliant thing to keep in mind and prepare yourself for. And then the one word that comes to mind right away that I, as an interviewer, want to hear is the word upskilling. Okay, and that could look like a variety of things. It could be upskilling in your emotional capabilities. You can be honest and say, it hit me really hard. I wasn't sure how to navigate it, but I found a lot of resources online around how to, process being home all the time and not being able to do, what I wanted to do, how to navigate uncertainty. And I was able to pull myself through that. And I feel that I have so much more resilience now, right? So it can be an authentic, honest story about your emotional response to COVID. It also could be, well, I started looking at how this is going to impact the future of work because I love looking at data and research and analyzing things. And what I realized is that the future of work is forever going to be more virtual now, because now that we know how to do it, my future work office may not be something I go to a cubicle 5 days a week. I might go twice a week. I might log into a hoteling system and come to a desk, bring out my picture frame, laptop, and water bottle, pack it all up, and then go home for the day. And the cubicle is like a hotel at the office. So, you can talk about how you upskill your wisdom and your knowledge about the topic so that you can be prepared for the future. And other things that you can say is that I volunteered virtually. As I mentioned earlier, there are lots of resources online. I'll post it on my LinkedIn so that if anyone joins me, you can search, you can find some great resources that I've recommended to all of the universities that I work with as a speaker. But the UN is on that list. There's so many different companies for every single type of thing that you want to be doing. So if you're interested in marketing or management or operations, you can get that real experience and you still have time. So talk about how you upskilled and expanded or grew or found more resilience. And that's going to be that nice answer that's really going to take it out of the park.
Excellent, Jamin. Thank you so much once again for your contributions to our network and to getting them to that next stage and past that interview stage successfully. Thank you.
Absolutely. My joy. Thank you all.
Pleasure. Now, stay with us, everyone. We will hear the closing remarks from Bernd Blankholm, CEO of Hired EFMD Shared Career Services, and Eric Cornuel, President of the EFMD.
It started with a challenge to elevate our voice, to stand out from the crowd, to communicate what we stand for, what makes us unique. We reminded ourselves of who we are. We are AB InBev. Dreaming big is in our DNA. Brewing the world's most loved beers, building iconic brands, and creating meaningful experiences is what inspires us. Our people are curious, bold, and resilient. We're ambitious. We see challenges as opportunities. Push boundaries and thrive under pressure. We are owners building a company to last.
Challenge accepted. Oh man, where to start? Like, this program is fantastic. I can recall our first day on induction, where I was just blown away. There are people from he's from France, I'm from the UK, well, based in the UK, and being from South America, surrounded by other individuals from Germany, Spain. Oh man, ABI's culture. I was at work, I'm wearing a t-shirt and some baggy trousers, but yeah.
It's like a big family.
Challenge accepted.
It started with a challenge to elevate our voice, to stand out from the crowd, to communicate what we stand for, what makes us unique. We reminded ourselves of who we are. We are AB InBev. Dreaming big is in our DNA. Brewing the world's most loved beers, building iconic brands, and creating meaningful experiences is what inspires us. Our people are curious, bold, and resilient. We're ambitious.
Bonjour tout le monde! My name is Thierry Jabre and I help brands and companies grow sustainably. As you can see, I moved to beautiful France 1 year ago to complete a master in digital marketing and CRM. The reason behind it is to further enable me to grow brands in the digital ecosystem. I come from an FMCG background, working for Nestlé for about 6 years in different geographies. I'm passionate about solving customer pain points and creating opportunities for them to wow their consumers. I'm also passionate about languages. I speak French, English, Arabic, and Italian. I'm looking for a career change to work in the tech industry. So let me know, what can I do for you to help further your brand? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joeria from Uganda and I'm a student at Lewis Business School here in Rome, pursuing a Master in Risk Management and Insurance. I have a Bachelor in Economics and Statistics, and at my previous role as a data analyst at Uganda National Examinations Board, I developed more skills in data management and analysis. I speak Luganda, English, and I have basic skills in Italian. As an international student, I've developed more skills in living in a multicultural environment, and I easily adopt to new challenges. In my free time, I enjoy reading and I'm passionate about traveling. After completion of my course, I see myself working as a data analyst or in any data analytics job related to risk management or statistics. Thank you.
We still have one more day to go tomorrow before we close the summer. I hope to see you all tomorrow. The old principle of a school-by-school approach has been challenged and changed in a matter of weeks. We have never seen anything like this before. It's really scaling. Congratulations to everyone involved. So on that note, I want to thank the whole team that made this virtual conference possible, and especially our host, Dr. Amber Wigmore-Alvarez, for taking us through the day. So lastly, I want to give the stage to EFMD Global's President and CEO, Professor Eric Cornwell. Have a great day and take care.
Participants and friends, I hope you have enjoyed the conference. I think it's useful for me to get back just for 1 minute to the genesis of these career fairs. EFMD has always believed in digital education. We actually started more than 15 years ago by developing an accreditation system called CEL, Certification of E-Learning, not only to assess quality, but also to better understand its dynamics. Later on, we have strongly advocated for blended learning and eventually developed an accreditation for online courses called EOX. The current pandemic, needless to say, has initiated a deep reflection at EFMD. As you know, management education has an input with admissions, a throughput, meaning the black box, with courses and all the associated services for participants, and finally an output, meaning graduates ready for their professional careers, ready to be hired. During this pandemic, business schools have taken care of the throughput very well, adjusting with digital means. But we felt at EFMD that we could play a role on the other dimensions. We decided to partner with our friends from higher ed and developed together, within a very short period of time, those virtual fairs. We are still at the very beginning, of course, and we are going to improve them and multiply them till December. Please never hesitate to give us feedback on what can be better done, and all suggestions coming from you are more than welcome. I spoke about input, throughput, and output. We are now working on the possibility to develop admission fairs for bachelor's, master's, MBAs, and PhD programs for our members so that we can help them on the whole value chain. Count on us to be right behind you in these difficult times. Let me conclude by wishing candidates the very best of luck for their interviews and see you again for the fall sessions. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Once again, thank you, Bernd. Thank you, Eric, for those closing remarks. And now a very special thank you to the talent in our network, to the students, to the alumni, to the career services, and of course, the recruiters that without you, these days, the fairs, the virtual fairs would not have been possible. It is my hope that the programming and the wonderful speakers that we've had today will be useful and helpful as your toolkit, as you go out there and progress in your career trajectories and advance to those next stages of selection processes or within your own organizations. So with that, this finalizes the live virtual conference, but by no means does it finalize the season finale. We welcome you back once again tomorrow for a full day of recruiting from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. UTC, Universal Coordinated Time, followed by Friday Recap Day. And of course, we will see you once again in the fall for the fall series of EFMD Virtual Career Fair Series by Hired. This is Amber Wigmore-Alvarez, your host. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.